5.5 days in of your testimony. You had predicted 10. Where do you think we are, or could you tell me tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
You'll tell me tomorrow?
Oh, I can tell you now.
Okay, great.
Judge, we're expecting to be finished either on Tuesday or Wednesday.
We're still fine then, time-wise. Even that, we've got a little extra. Are you ready, Aaron?
I don't know. You want to send me something? Maybe they're fixing the air conditioner. I know they said they were checking fire alarms this morning,
Oh, perfect.
and that they had finished this floor already. They were up very early when they were working on it.
Well, I think we'll hear them if they're downstairs.
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
We're doing something else this second. Nope. Okay, I'll get out. You have fun. Huh.
Right, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
That's fine. We're gonna be a couple minutes. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know why I'm getting this kind of picture? I mean, normally, okay. Let's try again. I don't get it. Is that it? Side by side. All right. I mean, that doesn't do me a whole lot of good, does it? Where's my? Well, that's okay, but I need it smaller. Yeah, I just hadn't had it that way before. This.
Go to the top where it says layout
Yeah, we did that. Lots of-
and do grid.
Yeah.
Now do layout again. And do the show participants without view, like that, and it'll remove you. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I set them on side by side, which I can do that with them.
Yeah.
Or,
Oh, see where it says, Q&A up top?
Mhm.
Hit the X to the far right.
oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that better?
No, because I need the Wednesday. Move to stage. There we go. That's
Good.
supposed to- all right. Yeah, finally.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Are you ready for me? All right, I just hit connect, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, today's not good. All right. Is everybody ready?
No, yeah.
All right. Moran stepped out. Okay.
I need to go on the record briefly. The sequence is not.
Were these two? Oh, I didn't write it down. Are you guys objecting to that? All right, Mr. Vreeland, you go. Thank you, Mr. Vreeland.
Good to say.
Yeah, yeah, either or.
Week 3 of the trial, I can't believe it's slowing down yet.
All right, Mr. Champagne, you have something to talk about?
Thank you, Judge. I'll try to keep this very brief. Your Honor, I wanted to revisit briefly the court's ruling yesterday precluding the prosecution from addressing the tip that came in from Angela Lee. Our position was that we wanted to address it very briefly to show that our investigative team did look into this issue and address it. It's our feeling that if the defense if we're precluded, it creates a misleading impression on the jury that we didn't do any work on this issue, and would mislead them. So, you know, our request is basically just to ask 2 or 3 very brief questions on the topic. It is our investigative work in the case. There's nothing in the rules of evidence that would preclude this. And knowing that the defense is clearly going to raise the topic, there's nothing improper about us addressing it initially in our case in chief.
What 2 or 3 questions are you gonna ask?
Basically, was this a tip that came in? Did you investigate it? Did it lead to any evidence that helps you find Dylan Redwine?
Limited to that, Mr. Bowden? You have an issue?
We renew our objection and ask the court to rely respectfully on your ruling yesterday. I don't think this testimony's been triggered yet, or it may be, but when we put on our case. And I don't think the jury gets misled based upon the order in which evidence comes through. That's why prosecution gets the bat twice and is accorded a rebuttal case.
If you wanna ask, did you investigate all the tips? Did anything else lead to a suspect or something in that regard? That's fine. We'll leave Angela Lee out of it unless and until they bring it up. Okay. All right. We'll be in recess till
Okay. Well, it'll be on today for sure.
well, thank you.
It turns off automatically. I was hitting that tonight.
Everybody rise for the jury, please. Okay, we can be seated. Ms. Goldbright, come on back up to the witness stand, and you are still under oath. Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Goldbright.
Good morning.
I wanted to pick up from yesterday, kind of toward the end of the day, but move back just a little bit. We were talking about some of the tips that came in through the tip line, is that right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about a tip of a sighting Dylan Redwine at a gas station in Bayfield, correct?
Yes.
And did that tip lead to any evidence of any evidentiary value?
No.
There was also a tip out of Moriarty, New Mexico. Can you remind the jury briefly what that was about?
A tip came in that a sighting of Dylan at a Dollar General in Moriarty. They sent video. Actually, they called their local law enforcement. They collected video footage and sent it to me. And then I provided it to Elaine and Corey and Mike to review. And they were positive it was him.
And did it turn out to be him after all?
No.
Throughout the course of the case, you described there was something like 900 and something tips that had come in. Is that right?
Yes.
And did some of those other tips include possible sightings of Dylan Redwine?
Yes.
Did any of those tips lead to any evidence that helped you find Dylan Redwine?
No.
Towards the end of yesterday, we also got into the topic of the search up on Middle Mountain Road that eventually led to the finding of his remains. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Wanted to just take a step back. That was not the first time you'd been up on Middle Mountain, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at any time during any of your searches on Middle Mountain Road, did you see any flyers about Dylan Redwine being missing that would direct someone to call Mark Redwine?
No.
At any time anywhere else outside of Middle Mountain Road, Bayfield, Vallecito, did you see flyers posted in public locations directing people to call Mark Redwine?
Not that I recall.
So up on Middle Mountain, you did eventually find remains of Dylan Redwine, is that correct?
Yes.
And we talked yesterday about the topographical map, et cetera. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the beginning of that search in June of 2013. Is that okay?
Yes.
Can you describe the manpower involved, the organization that went into this search, and how the beginning stages were set up and rolled out?
It was multi-jurisdictional. We had multiple law enforcement there, search and rescue, fire department, some private search teams. It was a very large-scale search.
Do you recall roughly how many people were up on that search?
I would estimate 50, maybe 60.
Okay. You said that search and rescue was involved, is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe all the way back to when Dylan first went missing in November 2012, the involvement of search and rescue, to the best of your recollection, throughout these searches, up until Middle Mountain?
In the very early stages, they were the first on scene, searching for Dylan.
And the original understanding of the case, was it a missing person case or a criminal investigation?
It was a missing person.
And at some point that sort of shifted, is that right?
Yes.
Even after that shift to a criminal investigation, did search and rescue stay involved in the case?
Yes.
Did they continue to provide search assistance to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
All the way up into and including the Middle Mountain search, June 2013?
Yes.
If I showed you some pictures of the beginning of that search setup, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Exhibits 226 and 227, please. Can we approach now?
Yes.
What do you see there, ma'am?
In Exhibit 226, I see, what we call the staging area, also known as the gravel pit.
Okay.
That's where we would all meet, for briefing before we would start, come back for breaks there. It's just kind of like our home base.
Okay. And the gravel pit, these pictures are prior to are these pictures prior to the discovery of any remains?
Yes,
Can you describe where the gravel pit is in relation to the remains site that you found Dylan's remains?
it's less than a mile up the road.
Past?
Past, yes.
Okay. And is this past the gate?
Yes,
Are those fair and accurate pictures of the early stages of the search?
yes.
Move to admit people's 226 and 227.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here?
That is the, gravel pit / staging area.
Okay. And can you describe where Middle Mountain is in relation, Middle Mountain Road is in relation to the turnaround car parking area that we see?
Yes, can I
Yeah,
approach?
there's a pointer right there. And every time you approach, you'll need to use the microphone that's next to the television.
So the person that is taking this photo is up on a big hill looking down, at Middle Mountain, Middle Mountain.
Okay. And that is sort of a turnout gravel area, is that right?
Yes,
Is that where the incident command was set up?
yes, incident command is right here.
Okay. What is incident command physically? Like,
It's a, trailer, and it has computers and staffing in it, so people could log stuff as we found it.
okay. And I'm also gonna publish 227. As long as you're there, can you describe what we're seeing here in this photograph?
This is a group, that is going down the area where we first found the remains.
Okay. Is this indicative of like an average group, like, or team that one investigator might be associated to, or is this larger, or help us understand?
This is average.
Okay. Are you in that photograph?
Yes, I am.
Can you point us out? Point yourself out? Thank you.
That's me.
I also would like you to point out, there's a yellow sign in the top left corner. Can you point that out for the jury, please?
Yes.
Why was that sign important?
It marked where we needed to enter, but also it would, reflect at night as we're driving up and around, so you didn't drive off.
Okay. Can you show us where Middle Mountain Road would be?
Basically right here.
Would it be fair to describe this area as a sort of turnoff
Yes.
to the Middle Mountain Road? I want to put back up topographic map, I believe. 219. If you could zoom down just a little bit. This is actually the one. Let's do 224 instead. There we go. Now, can you show us the turnout on Middle Mountain Road where the recovery site is associated?
Right here.
Is that a pretty sharp corner?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, that's great. Thank you. You can take that down. And you can have a seat, ma'am. What was the terrain like in this area?
It was heavily wooded, heavy ground cover, down trees, loose boulders, a lot of foliage,
Okay. Easy to navigate or difficult?
difficult.
If I showed you pictures of that terrain, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I've got people 228 through 233, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the terrain around the remain site?
Yes.
Move to introduce 228 through 233. Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
They're admitted. It's published.
Yes.
Let's start with number 228, and that'll be up on the big screen there. Help us understand what we're seeing.
This is a photograph of the mountainside that we were searching.
What's the perspective of the photographer? Which direction are they facing? Is it uphill, downhill, side view?
Looks like it's a side view.
Is this indicative of the sort of level of foliage and trees, et cetera?
Yes.
229, please. What do we see here in this photograph?
Another image of the mountainside we were searching.
And we see a group of humans there. What are they doing?
They are searching.
This indicative of what's called a vertical line search.
Yes.
And can you describe that briefly for the jury?
Basically, we try and stay in one straight line, and we move together. The terrain was dangerous. There were times we got a little staggered, and boulders were dislodged and would roll down the hill. I, in fact, almost got crushed by one.
Okay. It was that steep that even just the footsteps could dislodge things and move them downhill.
Yes.
230, please. Another example of the vertical line search.
Yes.
We see people with their hands on the ground, both in the foreground and in the background there. Was that common? Was that you needed to put your hands down to maintain balance?
Sometimes, yes.
And also people were putting their hands down to go through the things on the ground that they may have seen.
Yes.
There.
We were sifting.
Sifting. 231, please. Another example of similar behavior or similar activity.
Yes.
And 232. More of the same,
Yes.
showing the terrain. 233. What do we see here?
This is investigator Dan Patterson, and it looks like possibly another investigator. And this is where we found some of Dylan's remains.
Do you remember, there's been an area described as between sort of two trees. That
Two
were
down trees, yes, that's this area.
Okay. Is Investigator Patterson wearing gloves in this photograph?
Yes.
And were there any sort of landmarks within this steep and rugged terrain that you used to reference as reference points?
Yes.
And what were they?
The two down trees, the big rock. It was also referred to as house rock because it was as big as a house.
Okay. And so there, as we understand it, there's a sort of a ridge line where there's an ATV trail.
Yes.
And then it drops off down to this drainage. Is that correct?
Yes.
How far would you estimate it would be down to the bottom of that drainage?
Mile, couple miles.
It's that deep of a drainage.
Yes.
And okay. And I want to make sure we're kind of talking about the same thing here. Let's go back to 224 really briefly. And I'll put it up on the screen. I don't think you have it right in front of you. If I may approach.
Yes.
Okay, so here we have, is this the sort of ridge line that you're talking about right here?
Yes.
Okay, and then it drops down into this drainage, down in this direction, is that right?
Yes,
When you say it's a mile down, are you referring to this area here, or are you referring down lower to? where
I was referring to all the way
Down here?
down, yeah,
Okay, and just this area right here where the remains were found, how far would it be down into this sort of midway down valley?
to the remains.
From the remains, from the recovery area down to this, where the next sort of
Okay,
slope comes in?
it's really hard for me to estimate that.
That's fine.
Okay,
Did it get progressively more steep as you get deeper down into the valley?
yes,
Let's talk a little bit more about that ridge line, that walking in area. What, did you walk that area
yes,
many, many times?
yes,
If I showed you a video of a person walking in from the road to the remains site, would you recognize it?
yes,
At this point, I'd like to admit 225. Let me ask you this question. Have you previously viewed this video?
yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the walk from the road to the remains site?
yes,
Okay, move to admit.
Mr. Bogan?
Objection as to relevance and cumulative. I think the probative value here, what this video shows, is minimal in relation to where the remains and items were found.
Well, I think the relevance of the terrain is probably pretty, I think it is relevant, so I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. What I'd like
We
to,
wanna turn off this other set of lights?
sure, that'd be great.
Probably could get another set.
So 225 is admitted, Your Honor?
If I didn't say that, it is.
All right, what I'd like to do is thank you, Mr. Doherty. What do we see here, ma'am?
that's the, reflective sign that I pointed out in, the other exhibit,
Okay, and where's the person standing that's beginning this video?
right at the beginning of the ATV trail,
Okay, and what's behind them?
the road.
Is this the area that is known as the turnoff, where people might park if they were gonna use that trail?
Yes,
And where is the trail on this, image right now that we're seeing?
it's just to the right of the sign.
Now, that signage, can you describe it in just a little bit more detail for the jury? Is that sort of standard highway signage that picks up headlights and has reflective material?
Yes,
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and begin the video. Let's just stop it briefly. I'll stop it at the 9-second mark. Is this indicative of the ATV trail that we've been describing so far?
yes,
And is this trail sloping upward, downward, or neutral?
downward a little.
Just a little bit. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, please stop it. Can you get down from the podium and point out, is there a fork in the trail at this point?
Yes,
And can you just show that to the jury so they understand it?
it's right here.
Okay, and how would you describe that path to the right?
It's more like a walking path, a
Mm.
trail.
And which way does the ATV trail continue?
It continues this way.
Okay, and which way were the remains found?
This way and maybe, because this trail kind of curves a little.
And we can continue to play it, thank you. Is he now walking on that walking trail, is that right?
Yes.
Let's just pause it here. The person doing this video appears to be sort of panning back and forth, looking around. How would you describe this area in relation to the rim of the steep ravine?
I will show you.
Great.
Right here is pretty much the rim,
Okay,
so it gets pretty steep right there.
okay, great. You continue playing. Let's just stop it real quickly. At one point, the person walking appears to be making a sharp switchback. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just kind of describe that for the jury? You're walking down that walking path, and what happens there at that switchback?
It turns along the ridge line.
Okay, back in the same direction of travel, but lower down the hillside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Pause it right there, please. Can you go back like 1 second? Thank you. We see a log on the right side of the screen that appears to be laying on the ground and leaning upward on the slope. Are you aware, is that one of the two downed logs that denoted the area where remains were found?
Yes.
And just pause it for me. We're looking down slope now. Is this indicative of what this entire face of the ravine looked like?
Yes.
And as you said, it actually gets steeper the further down you go. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and play it. Let's just stop it right there. Here, the person with this video appears to have stepped over that log and into the area between the two logs. Is this the area where many of the remains were found?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to pause it right there. Can you see the timestamp on the bottom right corner of the screen of how long this video is?
3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Is that indicative of how long it would take to walk in from the trail around the sharp switchback and back to the remain site?
Yes.
Play it out. Thank you. You can bring the lights up, sir, if you don't mind. Can you tell us how the search proceeded on the first day, June 21st? I believe you described yourself searching with Roy Vreeland on that day.
Yes,
Did you produce any relevant evidence during that search?
no,
Okay. And on the second day, June 22nd, were any items of interest found on that day?
yes.
What was found?
A black Nike tennis shoe, Jordan, used 7, size used 7, and a Fila sock.
And those are the items you described bringing to Dylan's family, and they identified them. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall a beer can being found?
on that day,
On any of the days, I should say.
there was a beer can found on a subsequent, search.
And which beer can was that?
It was a Coors Light can.
Not a Miller Lite can.
No,
And was there other items found near that can?
yes,
What were they?
a hat, said Vermeer on it,
Okay.
and I think some other trash.
Okay. And so did you do anything with the hat?
I brought it to, the family to see if they could identify it as belonging to Dylan or Mark.
And what happened with that?
They couldn't identify it.
Okay. Did you collect it and put it in evidence?
Yes,
Throughout the course of this search, as well as other searches later, was that a common experience for you to collect things that ended up not being of evidentiary value?
yes,
Objection, form of the question, evidentiary value, be determined by the jury, what weight to give the evidence.
Well, that's not the meaning of evidentiary value, so overruled.
In this area, especially around the ATV trail, was that a fairly well-used area by recreational people, hunters, et cetera?
yes.
And how would you describe the sort of degree of refuse in that area, if any?
It was heavily, populated with hikers, ATV riders, campers, hunters. There was often a lot of trash around.
And did you collect every single item of trash?
No,
Why not?
to us, it was clearly not of evidentiary value.
Great, thank you. After these items were found that you described, the shoe and the sock, and they were positively identified, how did that change the remainder of the search?
We focused on that area.
And did you bring extra resources into that area?
We brought the entire search team to that area.
Okay. And during that search, did you find any remains related to the case?
Yes,
What did you find?
I found a femur.
How did that come to pass?
Investigator Patterson was a little bit ahead of me, and he was collecting 2 bones, and we stopped. Whenever we find evidence or something we wanted to collect, we would all stop and hold the line. And while he was collecting that evidence, I looked down and there was a bone on the ground. So I processed that and collected it.
And was part of that processing to record a GPS location?
Yes,
And how else did you process the bone? What precautions did you take?
I photographed it, GPSed it, and put on gloves, clean gloves. Every item that I collected, I put on clean gloves, and then I put it into an evidence bag.
If I showed you photographs of the bone that you collected, would you recognize them?
Yes,
Got exhibits 234 and 235. I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
You recognize them?
yes,
Are they fair and accurate depiction of the bone that you found in the field that day?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Ms. Bogan?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Move to publish.
Yes.
234,
Go ahead.
please. We lost the signal. All right. Please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this photograph.
That is the bone that I found.
And had it been moved or manipulated prior to this picture being taken?
No.
This is how it appeared that day in the field.
Yes.
And 235,
It's the same.
just a close-up.
Yes.
When you found bones, did you collect, throughout the course of these searches, did you also collect other bones that ended up not having evidentiary value?
Yes.
And help us understand that process. Why would you do that?
We're not bone experts. We're not anthropologists. So we didn't know when we found a bone necessarily if it was human or not. There were obviously animal bone that was obviously not human, but sometimes it was hard to tell. So if we weren't sure, we collected it.
Okay. Did that lead you to actually collecting a lot of animal bones in the case?
Yes.
And when you went up on this search in June of 2013, did you bring a forensic anthropologist with you?
No.
When you went up on the search, did you know that you were going to find remains related to Dylan Redwine?
No.
Is that why you didn't bring a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
And you've described this terrain as very steep. Is this particular region subject to changing weather, as many mountain areas are?
Yes.
Did you have concern about leaving these bones in the field to bring a forensic anthropologist later to come and view them?
Yes.
What was your concern?
Just concerned that they could be moved or lost.
And so, how did that relate to your decision to whether to collect them or leave them in the field for later?
We decided to collect them to have them reviewed by the anthropologist. It was, I would say, just to preserve the evidence while we were there.
Okay. So you collected them to make sure you didn't lose them.
Yes.
And then you also didn't know whether they were human or not. Fair to say?
That's correct.
And then what steps did you take to have them analyzed regarding whether they were human or not?
They were taken to Dr. Dawn Mulhern. She is an anthropologist for Fort Lewis College.
And were there bones that you presented to her that were later identified by her as animal bones?
Yes.
Hearsay.
And,
Hold on.
thank you, sorry.
No, it's okay, yeah. I think that's correct unless you have an exception.
That's fine, Judge. I can kind of rephrase what I'm trying to do here.
Okay.
After showing these bones, all the bones that you found, were some of the bones later taken for testing to the CBI laboratory?
Yes.
Do you recall which bones were taken to the CBI laboratory?
The
Okay.
bone that I found and 2 bones that investigator Patterson collected.
And do you recall when those bones were taken to the CBI laboratory for testing?
June 24th, 2013.
During, and you may not recall the answer to whether this search or other searches, and that's fine. During the searches that you conducted on Middle Mountain, were there times that you brought anthropology students with you to help you with this question?
Yes.
And did that occur during this Middle Mountain search in June 2013,
No.
but later searches?
Yes.
You said that the bones were taken for testing on June 24th, and did you have to participate in a death notification with the family of Dylan Redwine?
Yes,
When did that occur?
on June 27th, 2013.
Judge, I'd ask if 235 isn't being testified, that it be taken down.
Please do so.
You continue to search that entire area over the days after finding the shoe and sock?
Yes,
Do you recall how many more days of searching took place?
we ended on the 26th.
Okay. And how thoroughly were you all searching this area?
Very thoroughly.
Were you present when there were toes discovered in coyote scat by Investigator Gabbard?
Assumes facts not in question, facts not in evidence.
Bones in the coyote scat?
It's the term coyote, Judge.
Oh,
Okay,
scat. My apologies.
go ahead.
Were you present when there were remains found in scat there on the mountainside?
I was on that search, but I wasn't present when it was found or collected.
Was that common to the degree of detail where people were breaking open pieces of scat?
Yes,
There, you described a vertical line search technique. Were there other search techniques that were used on the mountainside after the shoe and sock were found? I mean, were there sort of waves going across, up? How did that search take place?
we would, so we'd be in a line, we would walk down and be careful and look and stop and look. And then when we get to the lowest point, we would turn around and come back up. And that was a more arduous search because the ground was closer to our faces and a little bit easier to search.
How many passes across this area do you think were taken by line searchers?
On
Just an estimate is fine.
just this first search or after the other searches?
During this first search,
I would say 10,
okay. And then after searches, later searches as well.
yes.
How many in other later searches of this area?
It's hard to say. I can tell you that we actually eroded the mountainside for how many times we went up and down it.
And in any of those times searching in June of 2013, did you ever find Dylan Redwine's backpack?
No,
Did you ever find his wallet?
no,
Did you ever find his iPod?
no,
Did you ever find his hat?
no,
Did you ever find his phone?
no,
Did you ever find his other shoe?
no,
Did you ever find his other sock?
no.
After you completed the death notification with Dylan Redwine's family, meaning Elaine, Corey, and Mike, are you aware of the death notification that occurred with Mark Redwine?
Yes,
And do you know when that happened?
the same day on the 27th.
And around that same period of time, did you get contacted by a person by the name of Brandon Nicholas Redwine?
Yes,
What day did that contact happen?
in the afternoon of the 27th.
And in any of your interactions up to and including June 27th, any of your interactions with Mark Redwine, did you ever use the term with him, blunt force trauma?
No,
Do you ever hear anybody else use the term blunt force trauma?
no,
Following the discovery of Dylan's remains in June of 2013, did you continue to search Middle Mountain?
yes,
Did you search that same recovery area again on July 3rd, 2013?
yes,
And again on July 31st, 2013?
yes,
I showed you maps of those searches. Would you recognize them?
yes,
People's Exhibits 506, I'm sorry, 505 and 506. Thank you. If I may approach, thank you. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They are maps showing the search areas that we, did on those prospective days.
Are they fair and accurate representations of the areas that were searched on those days?
Yes,
Move to admit.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection to 505, 506, if I heard the numbers correctly.
Yes, Your Honor, that's accurate.
They're both admitted.
Thank you. Move to publish 505, please.
Go ahead.
This is a map. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
the, purplish area is the area that was searched. The white line is Middle Mountain Road, and should I get up there?
Please do.
Middle Mountain Road, this is the area that was searched. This is where we would, park and enter on the ATV trail.
And
And
can
there's
you,
the gravel pit.
perfect. Can you see on this map the sort of ridge line that we've discussed earlier where the steep ravine begins?
Yes,
And can you describe just generally where many of the remains were found, including the bones that you found?
right in this area.
Okay. Were there bones also found further down the slope from that recovery site number one?
Yes,
And which areas were those found as down the slope as we go down?
if this is the down trees, then they would be down a little bit.
Okay. And you described that it would be about a mile down to the bottom of the ravine. Can you describe just on this map where that is?
I think it even goes off the screen.
Okay. And so as the water would flow on this mountainside after, say, like a rainstorm or something like that, is that the water course that the water would travel?
Yes,
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
You have a seat, ma'am. And Exhibit 506, please. What are we seeing in this image?
that is the search area and then the ravine down to the bottom.
Okay, and that's the area you described as being about a mile down.
Yes,
And to the right of that ravine, what are we seeing?
that is a large cliff.
Okay. Is this area, I mean, it looks like it's pretty steep. Is that accurate?
It's very steep. That's, where people will go to go rock climbing
Okay.
with harnesses and ropes and like technical rock climbing.
There's an area that's been previously described as the waterfall. Is that visible on this map?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. Did you find anything of evidentiary value on the July 3rd, 2013 search?
No,
And how about July 31st, 2013?
yes.
Tell us about that. What did you find?
On the 31st, we found, I believe, another shirt scrap or black cloth.
Okay. And do you recall well, we'll get into that in a second. When you found it, did you collect it?
Yes,
Why did you collect it?
because it appeared to be part of the shirt that we located in the first recovery site.
Okay, and how certain were you?
Fairly certain,
Okay. But not 100% because you didn't know for sure,
correct?
but you collected it anyway.
Yes,
And did you collect it using the similar steps that you've described earlier,
yes,
including a GPS location?
yes,
Did you record that GPS location in your reports?
yes,
Take a photograph of it.
yes,
And if I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
yes.
I'm going to request to approach with exhibits 245, 246, 247, Ron.
You may approach.
You recognize those, ma'am?
Yes.
What are they?
They are pictures of the black cloth that we recovered.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of that, cloth?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
All three are admitted.
Thank you. Move to publish 245.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do we see here?
That is a picture of, the shirt, but I'm gonna point it out because it is kind of hard to see in this photo.
Great, thank you.
It's right here.
Okay. And as long as you're up there, we'll show you 246.
This is just a close-up of the, black cloth.
Okay. And 247.
Once it was brought back to, our office, I laid it out on, butcher paper, clean butcher paper, and the measurement showing, the size of it.
We've discussed very briefly the concept of how these items of evidence got booked in. We're using that term, booking in. Can you describe that for us?
The process?
Yeah, just briefly. What did you do after you got back to the sheriff's office with the evidence you'd found up in the field?
We would take it, mainly me, into our evidence room, and, we would document it further with photographs, just to make sure we did a thorough job.
And you described using butcher paper. What is butcher paper and why would you do that?
So it was put on sanitary surface.
Okay, so butcher paper is, how would you describe butcher paper?
It's a big roll of paper on a wheel. You pull it out, rip off the corners.
And would you use the same piece of paper for every item?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want to contaminate other items.
Okay. And so some of these photos that are not in the field generally are the booking photos, is that right?
Yes,
I should only speak to this photograph, I suppose. Is that what this is here?
yes,
Thank you. And you can have a seat again. If I showed you that actual piece of T-shirt or fabric material, would you recognize it?
yes.
If I may approach, what's marked as Exhibit 248.
You may.
Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes,
What is it?
it is the, black cloth that we found, in those pictures.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it and booked it in evidence?
Yes,
Move to admit 248.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
Submitted.
You said that it appeared to be the same as the materials of the other black fabric scraps that you were found during the June 2013 search, is that right?
yes,
And had you spent time specifically with those other materials?
yes,
And do you recall whether those materials had any printed writing on them?
yes,
Did you have any role in attempting to arrange those pieces of material so to see what the writing displayed?
yes,
And were you able to do that successfully?
yes,
If I showed you photographs of that project, would you recognize them?
yes.
Those exhibits 293, 294, 295. I'm sorry, I just have 293 and 295, excuse me. Any objection to approaching?
No, come on.
Thank you.
Come on up.
You recognize those photographs?
Yes,
What are they?
pictures of, part of the T-shirt.
Great. And are they fair and accurate depictions of your project where you attempted to arrange them to determine what they displayed?
Yes,
Move to admit 293 and 295.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
293 and 295 are admitted.
Thank you. Move to publish 293.
Go ahead.
What do we see here?
that is what, the shirt pieces look like when I, took them out, dumped them out of the bag.
Okay. And again, white background, is that indicative of the white butcher paper you described?
Yes,
And 295? What do we see here?
That's where I pieced the lettering together.
And when you manipulated these materials to assemble them, did that assist you in drawing any conclusions regarding what they spelled out?
White Sox,
Did that have any evidentiary value to you in the case as you reviewed it?
yes.
What was that?
We learned that Dylan got this shirt on a trip with Mark, and that he was not wearing this shirt when he went missing.
Objection, foundation.
That's fine, Judge. That part, the answers can be stricken. It's unimportant.
All right, we'll strike that answer.
If I showed you previously admitted exhibit 14, we'll move to publish that, please. Is that a picture of Dylan wearing a T-shirt that you believe is the one that you found?
Yes,
And did you have any awareness or understanding of whether that trip, this T-shirt was part of the clothing that Dylan brought with him in November 2012?
Foundation.
I'm asking if she knows.
Okay, so that's a yes or no answer.
Do you know whether he packed this?
no,
And let's go back then to 295, I believe. After spending time manipulating this, these fabric scraps, how did that inform your assessment of the piece of fabric that you found on July 31st, 2013?
Objection, foundation, calls for expert testimony, fabric analysis.
I don't think it does. I think it's okay. Go ahead.
Did that play any role in your decision to collect the fabric you found in July 31st, 2013?
yes,
What role was that?
that they appeared to be part of the same shirt.
You described that it was often your task to take these, what I'm calling booking photographs, and put those into evidence. Is that right?
Yes,
Did you do so with the earbuds that were collected in June of 2013?
yes,
Showed you a photograph of that booking process for those earbuds. Would you recognize it?
yes,
Exhibit 320? Would you approach?
You may.
You recognize that photograph?
yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph that you took and how the item appeared when you booked it in?
yes,
Move to admit.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
it's admitted.
Publish 320.
Go ahead.
What do we see here, ma'am?
the kicker earbuds.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of how they appeared that day?
Yes,
There is what appears to be two strands of wire that run down from the earbuds themselves. Is that correct?
yes,
And there is something that binds them together, appears in the middle there. How would you describe that?
just like that. It's a rubber piece that you can adjust depending on where you want the split to be on the earbuds.
How far down from the earbuds is that little piece of rubber that determines where the split occurs? Just roughly.
Roughly 1.5 inches, 2 inches.
And what's the overall length of the earbuds that we see in this photo? Just ballpark. I have the actual item if you want.
6 inches.
Great, that's fine. You can take that down. Thank you. Did you also take a photograph of the toes that were found in the scat on July 18th? I'm sorry, that's not the right date. The toes that were previously testified to in this case. Did you take the booking photo on those?
Yes,
And if I showed you a photograph, would you recognize them?
yes,
It's to approach with exhibit 134.
You may.
You recognize that photo, ma'am?
yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of a toe.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of, the item as you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
submitted.
It's published 134.
Go ahead.
What do we see here, ma'am?
That is a tow.
And was there more than one, as I understand it?
Yes,
And this is just an image of one of them, is that correct?
yes,
And of course, we see, is that what appears to be a toenail on there? Is that accurate?
yes,
Thank you. You can take it back. Did you continue to investigate this case in the fall and winter of 2013 and into 2014?
yes,
You recall conducting a search on August 14th of 2013 at the home of Mark Redwine.
yes,
One moment, please. Did you also search his septic tank in February of 2014?
yes,
Let me take a step back in time, back to August 2013. Did you invite a specially trained dog handler and her dog into this case?
yes.
Do you recall her name?
Karen Corcoran,
Do you recall the name of her dog?
Canine Molly, but she also went by Biddy.
Did she assist you in this case?
Yes,
And the jury's going to hear about this later, so I'm not going to go any further into that topic. After some of your work with Ms. Corcoran and her dog Biddy, did you seize Mark Redwine's white Dodge truck?
yes,
Did you get a court order to execute a search warrant on it?
yes,
And did you in fact do so?
yes,
Did that search occur on February 13th, 2014?
yes,
Did you have the assistance of any crime scene analyst in that project?
yes.
Recall that person and their association of who they worked for?
CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, Special Agent Kevin Torres.
And during the search of that truck, did you or Agent Torres find any blood or forensic evidence inside that truck?
No,
After you seized the Dodge, did you gain a court order to execute a search warrant on the luggage and bags contained inside the truck?
yes.
Can you briefly describe some of the items that you found inside Mr. Redwine's luggage?
Dylan's debit card from Pine Valley Bank, and Dylan's flight itinerary, and
Go ahead.
and
And Judge, I'm gonna object and ask to approach at this point in the answer.
You can approach. ahead.
Did you also find a white iPhone, in the luggage of Mr. Redwine?
Yes,
If I showed you what you described as the debit card collected that day belonging to Dylan Redwine, would you recognize it?
yes,
One moment, please. $251. Somebody approach you, Your Honor? Yes. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
yes.
And is it, what is it?
It's, Pine River Valley Bank debit card, and Dylan Redwine's name is on it.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as the time you collected it?
Yes,
Move to admit Exhibit 251.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
it's admitted.
Said you also found an itinerary relating to Dylan's trip, is that right?
yes,
I showed you that item, would you recognize it?
yes.
Exhibit 252. Let me approach?
You may.
You recognize that, ma'am?
Yes,
And what is it?
it is, Dylan Redwine's, United boarding pass and itinerary, but I think it's the itinerary.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you found it?
Yes,
Where did you find, move to admit Exhibit 252.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
it's admitted.
Where did you find these items within Mr. Redwine's luggage and bags?
in his black briefcase, and the, debit card was in a wallet.
Had Mr. Redwine previously indicated to you that he did not have any possessions belonging to Dylan Redwine?
Yes,
How did that strike you when you found these items in his luggage?
Objection. How it struck this witness is irrelevant to the jury's determination.
Tend to agree on that one, Mr. Champagne.
Did these items have any evidentiary value in your investigation?
yes,
And what was that value?
that, we knew that Dylan didn't have this debit card with him,
Objection, foundation.
That's fine, Judge. I'll move on to a different topic.
Move to strike.
No
Um,
objection. That's fine.
You can strike that last answer, please. And with the, again, I'll just re-instruct you. If we move to strike, or if I issue an order to strike, that means you're just not consider it for any purpose. So go ahead.
Thank you. But to be clear, he had previously indicated he didn't have any of Dylan's possessions, correct?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
yes,
As the investigation moved on in the summer of 2014, did you continue to conduct searches?
yes,
Did you ever search Mark Redwine's home on May 21st, 2014?
yes,
And did you collect items of evidence during that search?
yes.
Do you recall what they were? If you don't, that's okay.
I believe that's the area rug.
Okay. Did you also collect other living room furniture from him?
Yes, not during the same search.
And why did you collect his living room furniture and area rug?
Well, there was evidence on the living room furniture, and I got information that he was taking stuff to,
Objection, this is hearsay. When someone, she says, I got information. That's code for someone told me.
Oh, no, I understand that. But I tend to think this could be a 4003 issue also.
It's 403, and it's not necessarily, it informs the investigative step that she took. That's why we're offering it.
Right, but the prejudicial value may be greater than the probative effect, I guess, in terms of this actual answer, correct?
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor.
Well, we'll see.
Did you feel a need to preserve this evidence and take it and collect it as evidence?
Yes,
That's fine. No further questions on this topic. Did you search Middle Mountain in the summer of 2014?
yes,
Did you find any evidence during that search?
yes.
And can you tell us what you found?
A scapula
Okay. And when and where?
during that search and on Middle Mountain Road,
Okay. Was it in roughly the same area as the other remains?
roughly,
I showed you pictures of that scapula. Would you recognize them?
yes.
People's Exhibits 238, 239, 240. I may approach.
Yes.
Do you recognize those?
Yes,
And what are they?
pictures of the, scapula,
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you found in the field that day?
yes.
And move to admit.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
they're admitted.
Could publish 238, please.
Go ahead.
238. What do we see here, ma'am?
That is a picture of the scapula in the field,
Okay, 239,
the same, closer up,
240.
the same and even closer.
Did you also follow the similar pattern you've described before in collecting this item?
Yes,
Did you log a GPS location for it?
yes,
After you collected this item, did you confirm it to be human?
yes.
And how did you go about that?
I took it to Dawn Mulhern, Dr. Dawn Mulhern, and she confirmed that it,
Objection, hearsay.
Sorry, stop there. When you were in with Dr. Mulhern, did you actually deliver this to her in person?
yes,
Did she take photographs of it as well?
yes,
Were you present for those photographs?
yes,
I showed them to you. Would you recognize them?
yes.
If it's 241, 242, and 243, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
Recognize those, ma'am?
Yes,
And what are they?
they are the pictures that, Dawn Mulhern took of the scapula.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes,
Did you actually see her set up this photograph session?
yes,
Did you observe her take the photographs?
yes,
Is this what it looked like when you were there?
yes.
Need to admit.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection as to 242, objection to 241, 243, permission to approach.
Okay, so, 242 is admitted, 241 and 243 are not yet.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could publish 242.
Yes.
What do we see here in this photograph, ma'am?
That is a picture of the scapula with measurements.
After you presented this item to Dr. Mulhern, did you determine that it had evidentiary value in this case?
Yes,
Did you conduct ongoing investigation in 2014?
yes,
And did you sort of cover all the continuous categories that we've discussed before, like witness interviews, for instance,
yes,
additional searches?
yes,
And did this same pattern continue on into 2015?
yes,
Did you continue to search on Middle Mountain in 2015?
yes,
Continue witness interviews,
yes,
following up on tips?
yes.
I want to direct your attention now to November of 2015. Did you conduct a search? Well, sorry, did you receive information about items of evidentiary value on Middle Mountain?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
That there was a human skull found on the road from the dump site on Middle Mountain,
How did this information come to you?
from two hikers.
And what steps did you take to follow up on it?
I contacted the woman that reported it by phone. She told me that she would take me up the next day because she wouldn't be able to find it in the dark. So I put together a small team and we met her in the morning in Vicedo, and then we went up to an area known as Runlet Park.
Runlet Park. And what occurred up there at Runlet Park?
She described that they just walked out into the field, didn't take any particular path or trail. They just were out exploring and came to some drainage areas. And she said that she found a skull, and she picked it up and said, "This looks like a human skull." Her husband, she set it back down. Her husband picked it up and wasn't quite sure it was a human skull. He set it back down and they continued on their hike. But the woman felt strongly enough about it to report it.
This is drifting into narrative, Judge.
That's fine, Judge. We can move forward. All right. So after this information was received by you, what steps did you take to track this item down?
The next day, we went with the woman and we walked around all day looking for it, and we did not find it the first day.
Okay. And which area did you search looking for it?
Where she said, down in Runlet Park.
Down in Runlet Park. Can you describe the group that was searching and who comprised in that group?
It was minimal. First day, I believe there were about 5 of us.
Okay.
And her.
And her? Was her husband present that day?
Not the first day.
Okay. Did you have any success finding the items?
The second day.
Okay, tell us about that.
So she wanted to bring her husband out the next day because she thought he could help find it.
Okay.
We kind of did the same thing the next day, and in the afternoon we ended up in the same spot where we had ended the day before.
Okay. Can you describe throughout the search, what was your after searching for almost two full days looking for this, what was your demeanor? How were you feeling about all this?
I was starting to question whether or not she did, in fact, find a human skull.
Okay. Were you growing frustrated?
Yes.
I imagine that was common throughout the group. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially when we ended up in the same spot from the day before.
Okay. But you eventually found it.
Yes.
Tell us about that. How did that come to pass?
So once we ended up in the same spot we were in the day before, I guess I should say the woman's name is Lee. And so I was, talking with Lee, and I just said, let's move over this way a little bit, because it was an area I didn't think we had covered. We walked a few feet away, found another drainage ditch area, and I asked her, does this look familiar to you? And she looked around, she said, I don't know, and she called Daniel, her husband, to come over and look. Lee and I crossed this little creek drainage area via a log, and we waited for Daniel. He came. I mean, we were within, yelling distance, like could just yell for him, and he heard us. He came over, and as he started to cross the drainage, his foot went in the water, and he stumbled, and then he found the skull, and he picked it up.
And what did you do?
Well, he picked it up and raised it over his head like this and yelled, "Skull!" And I laid my eyes on it, and I flew across the creek, and I took it from him, and I gently set it on the ground.
Okay. And did you have any moment of recognition when you saw it? Did it appear to be a human skull to you?
Absolutely.
And what did you do with it after you laid it down on the ground?
I called for the other team members to come, and then we processed it.
Okay. When you retrieved it from him at that time, were you wearing gloves?
Yes,
Why was that?
because we were out hiking. I will say the gloves that I was wearing, I bought new for that search.
What were the weather conditions like around this time?
A weather front was definitely rolling in.
Okay. And I'm sorry, this is November 2015, is that right?
Yes,
Do you recall the day that you recovered the skull?
the 3rd, I believe.
3rd of November. So you said a weather front was coming in?
Yes,
And what time of day was the skull recovered?
approximately 12:35.
When you say weather front, what do you mean by that?
Snow.
Was it starting to actually smell?
It was.
When you collected the skull, did you take photographs of it?
Yes,
I showed you those photographs. Did you recognize them?
yes.
349, 350, 351, 352, 353, 354, 356, 357.
Hold on, just let's start with 349.
Yeah, 349 through 357, skipping 355. I believe, unless that's just a typo. No, that is a typo. All of those are in,
Including 355.
including 355. I'd like to present
Through
those.
what now?
349 through 357, Your Honor. If I may approach?
You may.
Take a minute to look those over. You recognize, oh, I'm sorry, are you still reviewing?
No, I was just putting them back in.
Okay, great. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
And what are they?
Pictures of where the skull was found by Daniel and the pictures that we took.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes,
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
349 through 357 are admitted.
Okay, let's start with exhibit 349, please. What are we seeing here, ma'am? Please step down, use the pointer and the microphone to show the jury. Of course.
so the skull was in this area and Daniel stepped in this area.
Okay. And let's just describe for the jury, I mean, obviously this is an up-close photograph. Can you just describe for the jury where this area, what it looked like around here?
It had trees, and a lot of little fingers of drainage all over. I think that's why it's hard
Okay.
to find it, because all the drainage.
Okay, and you can have a seat again if you like. Let's talk about Runlet Park as in a bigger picture. I can't remember if we have it. It may be coming in later. Let's do 224 for the jury. Can you see Runlet Park on the right edge of the map there?
Yes, yes,
Okay, can you point that out for the jury, please?
yes. This whole area.
Okay, and is there a ridge line between Runlet Park and the other markings on the map?
Here?
Yes, if that's accurate. Is
Yes.
that what you recall? There's a
Yes.
ridge that goes up, and then you would go over if you wanted to drop down into the recovery site area.
Yeah, this
Leading.
way.
Yeah, you were leading a little bit, so could you explain that on your own, in your own terms, Ms. Goldberg?
That's fine. What's the terrain like, between the recovery site and Runlet Park?
It's, very grassy, it's sloped, it's not as steep as the other area.
In Runlet Park, you're describing?
Yes, in Runlet Park.
Okay. And how do we see that on the topographical map? Is that shown with the lines?
Yes, the lines aren't as close together, so it is definitely less steep.
Okay, you can have a seat again. Is it, the other area where the remains were found, the recovery site number 1, that's very densely treed and forested area. Is that the same in Runlet Park?
No, it's more grassy.
Grassy. And are there stands of trees throughout Runlet Park?
Yes,
Where was the skull found? In the grassland areas or in one of these stands of trees?
more in the tree area.
Okay. And let's go back. I think we were on, where were we? 349. And you described a rivulet, or many rivulets running through this area, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And is that displayed in this photograph?
yes, it's hard to see the water, but there is water, running under these logs.
Okay, well, let's go to 350 then. I mean, that may help. What do we see here, ma'am?
Oh, I guess I was mistaken.
Okay,
This was a close-up of where I laid the skull,
on 349 or 350?
349.
Okay. And so 350, is that the skull itself?
Yes,
And 351?
is also the inside of the skull.
Were those the gloves that you had on when you collected it from Mr. Foster?
Yes,
And was it, I think you may have already said this, but did you have any doubts or questions regarding that this was a human skull?
no,
Station calls for an expert opinion. I think we're gonna get there, but
That's fine.
Well, she's not an expert, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a lay opinion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Exhibit number 352.
It's a side view of the skull.
Exhibit number 353.
Another side and kind of top portion.
Exhibit number 354.
Another side view.
Exhibit 355.
It's either the front or the back,
And exhibit 356.
the top.
And exhibit 357.
It's the side of it. I'm not sure which portion of the side.
We see that the skull, it appears to be the sort of upper half of the skull. Were there any other remains relating to other parts of the skull, the jawbone, et cetera, found in that area?
No.
Did you continue to search that area?
Yes.
At any time, did you ever find any of those other parts of Dylan's skull?
No.
Thanks, you can take that down. If I showed you, let's see. That's different now. Did you document the location of the skull with GPS coordinates?
Yes.
And did you log that in your reports and in evidence logs?
Yes.
One moment, please.
Yes.
If I showed you a map of the area that was searched on November 2nd and 3rd, 2015, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Exhibit 513.
You may.
You recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the area searched on November 2nd and 3rd, 2015?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
And I will publish number 512 for the jury. Could you step down and show us what we're seeing here on this map?
Again, this is Middle Mountain Road, the recovery site, the gravel pit / staging area. This is Middle Mountain Road. And this area is Runlet Park, and this is what was searched.
And there's a indicator there that says recovery site number 2. If you could just kind of follow that line down into the purple search area. Is that the stand of trees that you described finding this item?
Yes.
And the grassy area you described, can you sort of show that for the jurors?
All of this is very grassy. You can see here little clusters of trees. But this is very grassy.
Okay. And you described a ridge line to the left of the search area, is that right?
Yes,
Can you see that on the map?
here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then well, that's fine, we'll stop there. You also searched again in July of 2016. A larger search was conducted at Runlet Park, is that right?
Yes,
And did you recover any evidence relating to the case during that search?
no,
If I showed you a map of that search area, would you recognize it?
yes.
Exhibit 514. Do you recognize Exhibit 514?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate description of the search conducted in 2016?
yes.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, let's look at exhibit number 514. Show us what we're seeing here.
Again, the first recovery site, gravel pit, Middle Mountain Road, Runlet Park, recovery site 2, where the skull was found, and we've got a little marker here for Lunch Rock.
And we'll talk about that more later in the trial. Did you actually, during this search, was this a larger scale search of that area than the November 2015 search?
Yes,
Why did you wait to search that area again until July 2016?
we weren't able to get back up there because the snow came.
During this search, did you actually crest the ridge line and begin the downward slope towards recovery site number 1?
Yes,
And again, did you find any evidence related to the case during this search?
no.
I've got one other map I want to show you. Well, for now, if I may approach with Exhibit 504.
Yes.
We're back now to the June 2013 search on that map. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that search area?
Yes,
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
504 is admitted.
Okay, we'll go ahead and publish 504. So this is where the original set of remains were found, is that correct?
yes,
And we see at the bottom left corner there of the photograph, we see Mark Redwine's home, is that right?
yes.
How would you describe the terrain between recovery site number 1 and Mark Redwine's home?
Rugged,
And do you see a set of cliff bands that you described earlier when you were looking at an earlier map? Do you see that on this photograph?
yes,
Could you point those out to the jury?
yes. All of this is very steeper terrain.
Okay, thank you. And now let's go back to Exhibit 514. Now we're continuing we're looking at the area where the skull was found. And again, can you point out recovery site number 1 here?
Pull straight out if you want it. And you can move the stand if it's in there.
Right here is recovery site number 1.
And the area between recovery site number 1 and where the skull was found, recovery site number 2, it appears to be dark green on this map. Is that indicative? What is that indicative of?
Heavy tree, coverage.
Is that your experience with that area?
Yes,
Dense foliage and trees?
yes.
Thank you. One other map I have for you, if you'll just have a seat, I'll show this to you. This is Exhibit 220. You recognize that map, ma'am?
Sort of, it's a little blurry on this.
What does it depict, just big picture?
The Vicedo area, I believe.
And is Durango also represented on that map?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the region between Durango and Vicedo?
yes.
Move to admit.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
it's admitted.
Move to publish 220. And you're right, it is a little blurry. Our apologies for that. Can you come on down off the witness stand and just point out where Durango is on this map? I believe it's on the far left edge there.
Well, I think this is McDonald's, so, this should be Durango.
Okay, and we see a roadway leading from Durango in yellow. I believe it's a roadway. What road would that be? Is that Florida Road, 240?
Yes,
Okay. And as we follow that line,
this would be, Florida Road.
okay, And as we follow that line, it continues on to a blue area on the map. What is that?
That's Vicedo,
Okay, and where is Mark Redwine's house on that map?
right here.
And to the right of that, there's a line going up the mountainside. What's that?
That is Middle Mountain Road.
Thank you. Let me take that down. I wanted to revisit a couple of other topics with you, just very briefly. You said that you conducted a search of Mark Redwine's white Dodge truck.
Yes,
Okay. And I have exhibit 274 through 279, no, 278, 281, and 283.
Yes. What?
What I'm saying, 274 to 278. Thank you. Do you recognize those, ma'am?
yes.
And what are they?
They are pictures of Mark Redwine's white Dodge Dakota.
Okay, are they fair and accurate representations of the photo, the Dodge truck when you searched it?
Yes,
Move to admit. Logan?
No objection.
They're admitted.
And let's go ahead and just quickly run through those. Let's start at I believe it's 274. Is this the white Dodge truck?
yes,
And let's just keep moving down, 275.
yes,
Same truck front view,
yes.
276,
Same truck, back rear,
okay, 277,
the very back of the truck.
278.
That's the bed of the truck.
The next one is 281.
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is a picture of the inside of the cab with the doors open.
Okay, and let's go to 283. What do we see in this image?
This is the back seat, has Mark Redwine's luggage.
And in this image, we see some things there in the back seat. What are those items?
His suitcases, briefcase, looks like a duffel bag.
Oh, okay. Is this where you found the ATM card and the itinerary?
Yes,
Which piece of luggage was it in?
the briefcase.
And like briefly. What do we see here?
The truck, like some wood, maybe a tow strap, rope, a broom.
Had any of these items been removed by law enforcement prior to the search?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. I want to shift gears again. Later on in the case, I want to direct your attention now to August of 2016. Did you receive a tip that Mark Redwine had disposed of several items of trash?
Objection calls for hearsay, even if it's couched as a yes, no, the question itself contains hearsay.
What's the purpose for this, Mr. Champagne?
It informs the next investigative step that they went and retrieved those items.
Okay, you're overruled.
That he dumped several items in a local dumpster.
Yes,
And you're to use this, ladies and gentlemen, only for the purpose of understanding why she did the next investigative steps.
Thank you, Your Honor. And what did you do based on that information?
I went and collected what he threw away.
And what did you find?
Pictures of Dylan, pictures of Elaine, old driver's license. That's what sticks out, in my mind.
If I showed you those pictures of Dylan Redwine that you found in the dumpster, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Would you come up, both of you? Go ahead, Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Judge. These photographs that you found in the dumpster and were reported there, placed there by Mark Redwine, did they include photographs of Dylan Redwine?
Yes,
And did they include photographs of Dylan Redwine, roughly ages 10 to 13 years old?
yes,
And did he have long hair in those photographs?
yes.
And we're going to come back potentially and revisit those photographs later. But at this time, that's all the questions that I have for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Did
Thank
you?
you.
Judge, as I understood your ruling.
No, that's fine. I just thought you were going to admit those photographs now, but you don't want to.
Oh,
That's fine.
no, I do want to.
I mean, that, I thought is what I meant to convey, that
I'm-
those could be admitted.
I misunderstood you, Judge. If I may approach with exhibits 395 and 396.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs, ma'am?
Yes,
What are they?
pictures of Dylan Redwine.
And are they the same photographs that you found in the dumpster that day?
Yes,
Fair and accurate representations of those photographs?
yes.
We move to admit.
Except for what we've already talked about, do you have any other objections?
Same objections, 402, 403, 404.
395 and 396 are admitted.
All right. Thank you, Judge, for clarifying with me. And at this point, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a morning recess. Remember not to talk to anybody about the case. Don't make any decisions about the case until final deliberations. We'll start up again about 10:15. Everybody rise for the jury. Okay, we're in recess.
Do we have any gaps in our evidence list where I can plug in some numbers? I'm gonna need evidence sticker. Let me see if I have some. Yeah, I know I do. Yeah, you grab yours and I'll see if I have. Nicole, the expert on. These are different. Swear to God, these are different. Swear to God. What numbers should we fill in?
I still don't know what he wants. I am not tonight. Let's get together and get this straight.
Yeah, I have one question, two things I need to bring up.
Why would we want that to happen? Mr. Champagne, you had something else?
Yes, Your Honor, I missed a couple things I needed to cover very briefly with Tony Galbraith.
That's fine.
Less than 5 minutes. Okay, bring him up, please.
Thank you. It's here somewhere. No, I know you did. I know you did. Right there. Have your eyes, please. All right, we can be seated. Mr. Champagne, you had a few more questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. First question, very, very short and direct. Did you have a chance to view Investigator Heidel's Google Earth animation showing both recovery sites number 1 and 2 in Mark Redwine's home?
Yes,
Was it a fair and accurate representation of those areas?
yes.
Judge, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. This is inconsistent that was made with the record that was made during the recess.
Well, not yet.
That's the only questions on the topic.
I mean, if it gone further, I would agree.
And then I just wanted to briefly publish the photographs that you found in the dumpster of Dylan Redwine. Exhibit 395. Just one of the photographs that you found in the dumpster.
Yes,
Where was the dumpster located?
off of County Road 223,
Is that in the Bayfield area?
yes, between Bayfield, Durango.
And exhibit number 396. Also one of the photos you found in the dumpster.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Is it sergeant or deputy?
Deputy,
Deputy Goldbright, if you have difficulty understanding me or hearing me, let me or the judge know, and I'll adjust my tone and volume, okay?
okay,
You testified yesterday about how you first got involved in this investigation. Remember talking about that?
yes,
And you testified yesterday that you were first tasked in this investigation with meeting with the family of Dylan, correct?
yes,
And that included meeting with Elaine and Corey, Elaine, then Redwine, now Hall, Corey Redwine, and Mike Hall.
Mike wasn't there the first meeting.
And you described on direct that you met with the family and you got to know them, you got to know what kind of kid Dylan was, correct?
Yes,
And at that point, you're in information acquisition mode, right?
yes,
You're trying to get as much information about Dylan as you can, right?
yes,
And you're having this being conveyed to you from the family of a missing child, right?
yes,
And you also described that meeting as sort of debriefing the family about what was going on as well. You remember saying that yesterday?
I don't recall saying that, but yes, that was what we were doing.
Okay, so you're in information acquisition mode, and you're also trying to provide what information you can to the family of this missing child, right?
I was also very new to the case, so I was also gathering information and finding out what had been done on the case so far.
Right, and this was very, very early in the case, correct?
Yes,
So there, from your perspective, there was not a lot of information to convey.
correct.
After you met with the family, then, as you described yesterday, you also met with the local friends of Dylan as well, correct?
Yes,
And again, you're in information acquisition mode, right?
yes,
And you're trying to find out what Dylan's habits were, what activities he liked, correct?
yes,
What he liked to do.
yes,
And as you said yesterday, what kind of kid he was at that time, right?
yes,
And so your first involvement in this case was not searching Middle Mountain, searching the reservoir, doing a neighborhood canvass, looking for clues, correct?
none of those things you listed. It was the other.
Your introduction to this case was meeting the people closest to Dylan.
Yes,
And that was your launching point. That was the first thing you did in this investigation. That was your launching point for this investigation, right?
yes,
And safe to say, having these conversations with Dylan's family, that had an impact on you as an investigator looking into this case, correct?
an impact.
Yes,
Well, I suppose.
you suppose. And meeting with the kids who knew Dylan very well, that had an impact on you as an investigator as well.
I suppose.
And because you even said yesterday you didn't want to come into court at any point and not be able to say that you did everything you could to find Dylan, right?
Correct.
And that flows from the impact this case had on you, correct?
Yeah.
And the impact these conversations with family and friends had.
Yes.
And if the people are still plugged in, I'd turn your attention to the searches that you testified about on June 2013, and I'd respectfully ask the people to publish already admitted prosecution 227. And for the duration of this examination, I'd ask court's permission to move between here and the screen.
You may.
Thank you. You testified on direct that this was one of the search parties in June heading down from the gravel pit to what was later described as the dump site or recovery site, correct?
Yes.
And in this picture, search parties going downhill towards where a lot of the items you testified were found, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things you testified to on direct was a yellow road sign in the upper left-hand part of the photograph, correct?
Yes.
And you described that on direct as a yellow road sign that reflects light so people know that the road makes a serious turn, correct?
Yes.
So they don't drive off the road, right?
Yes.
And you would agree, driving up Middle Mountain Road, that's an obvious man-made landmark, correct?
Yes.
That's designed for motorists to see.
Yes.
That's designed to draw motorists' attention to that part of the road, correct?
Yes.
I'd ask the people to publish 228, please. And you discussed on direct examination how this is kind of the area around and beneath, elevation-wise, where that yellow sign is, correct?
Correct.
And you described this area as heavily wooded, down trees, all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
And when you look at people's, and this is a fair and accurate representation of what that area looked like on the days these searches happened, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what, if any, garbage or refuse you see in 228?
Can I look at the,
Whichever works best for you.
it's hard to say, but I don't see any in this picture.
Okay, moving on to People's 229, please. This was another picture of the search party, and I think it got described. I didn't write it down. Is it a vertical grid, vertical suite? What are we talking about here?
It's, this is more of a horizontal, I guess, search line.
Okay. Nonetheless, this is a search line, and you said that search parties went through here so at least 10 times, if I heard you correctly, correct?
Yes.
In this fashion, in a line, right?
Yes.
To the point where part of that slope there was eroded by so much human activity.
By the time we stopped searching this area. I mean, it was after several years of searching.
Okay. And this picture again was taken during those searches in June 2013, right?
Yes.
Any refuse in that picture?
Not that I can see.
230, please. And are you with me?
Yes.
230 kind of shows the terrain, the search, correct?
Yes.
And obviously these people in the photo are moving uphill from left to right, lower corner to right corner, correct?
Yes.
So it's possible to ambulate, to move up this slope, correct?
Yes, it is.
And as we know from the video, it's possible to go downhill as well, correct?
Yes.
No refuse in that photo, is there?
Not that I can see.
231. And we can move on to 233.
Just, do you want me to go to 233 or 231?
233, I apologize for the confusion. That's
Yep.
one of those things where you say, you're confusing me, and it corrects me.
Okay.
What do we see here again?
This is Investigator Dan Patterson and another investigator searching between the downed trees.
And do you recall what items he found during these searches?
He found, well, there's a difference between him finding and collecting.
What he collected, thank you.
Okay, in this particular,
During this search, when this picture
this
was
whole
taken?
search,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't recall everything he collected, but he collected a femur, a tibia, a clavicle, earbuds. I believe he's the one that processed all those.
Do you recall him collecting a Miller Lite beer can?
No,
Looking at the photo he took of that Miller Lite beer can, refresh your recollection.
I don't recall a beer can on that date.
Now, you testified that another beer can you found, right?
Yes,
And that was Coors Light, right?
yes,
But you have no recollection. And looking at Mr. Patterson's photograph wouldn't refresh your recollection to a Miller Lite beer can being found in this area.
no.
And we can take down 233. You testified about People's Exhibit 225. That was the video, correct?
Yes,
And what you testified is that it was possible to walk down from Middle Mountain Road to this kind of search area, right?
yes,
And it's possible to walk down there because there's a trail there, correct?
yes,
And that's the Bear Creek Trail, correct?
yes.
And there's also an ATV track there as well, correct?
Yes.
And if the people would be kind enough to publish 224, prosecution 224. Scroll up. Scroll so the picture goes up. Thank you. You testified on direct that this area denoted by the text box as Recovery Site 1, and this area in general gets a fair amount of use, correct?
Yes.
And you said that this area gets used by hikers,
Yes.
climbers,
Yes.
folks riding OHVs,
Yes.
ATVs, and the like?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you said the area where the technical climbers, the folks using harnesses and ropes, is in this area here where the topography gets pretty steep, right? And we know that because the lines are so close together, correct?
I believe that it's
Here, I'm gonna give you the space you need to do that.
more this, down this way than there, I believe.
Safe to say that area is popular with many different kinds of folks who recreate there.
Yes.
And I thank the people for being patient with me. Could we publish 234 again? And that's one of the bones you found, correct?
Yes.
And this is an item that you collected, checked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
And explain to the jury what that process is. It's like a two-part process. Generally, there's a collection and checking into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
Okay. So whenever we would find, evidence, we, wouldn't touch it, take a picture of it, GPS, the coordinates, write that. What I typically did was write it on the evidence bag, so I knew that item came from that, GPS point, and put it in the evidence bag, folded it up, put it in our backpack, and then when we got back to the office, it was taken into the evidence room where we would then process it with photographs and measurements, and then they get sealed and actually logged into evidence.
Okay. And we can take down 234. You testified on direct that other bones, non-human bones, were discovered and to a certain extent collected as well, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, you're not an osteo or an archaeologist or an anthropologist. You're not a bone expert.
Correct.
So in an abundance of caution, when you saw a bone, that was an item of interest, correct?
Yes.
And you saw a lot of animal remains in this area, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any full skeletons or pelvis or backbones of animals?
Yes.
And did you make sure that those full skeletons were documented and photographed?
If they were obviously animal, no.
And one of the things you talked about on direct was the decision to take these items, the human bones, the remains, and take them to Durango stemmed in part upon concerns you had about leaving them there, correct?
Correct.
And safe to say, for the human bones, the remains that you found, they obviously weren't left in their place and subject to any sort of forensic excavation, correct?
Correct.
And that was because, as you explained on direct, you were afraid that something might happen to these remains if they were left in place, correct?
Correct. And we didn't know if we had human remains or animal remains.
So there wasn't a philosophy of if we see something that looks like human remains, let's play it safe, let's mark it, let's GPS it, and let's do a forensic excavation and see what we got here. That was not the philosophy.
That's correct.
The philosophy was, if it's a close call, get it out of here, get it to Durango, and then see what it is.
Yes.
But another concern that you articulated on direct was fear that something would happen to these remains if you left them there overnight.
Yes.
And as you testified on direct, this was a large search and rescue effort, correct?
Yes.
Coordinating several different branches of law enforcement and search and rescue, correct?
Yes.
And I think you even testified on direct, you had somewhere between 50 and 60 people up there.
Yes.
And you don't think the sheriff's department, while investigating the disappearance of Dylan Redwine, had the ability to secure that area and leave someone there to watch that area to make sure nothing happened to those remains?
I'm sure we had the ability to.
It was just a decision not to do so.
Yes.
And you testified on direct that during some of these searches, some anthropology students attended as well, correct?
Yes.
But they did not attend the June 2013 searches, according to your direct testimony, right?
Not that I remember. I think they came in after, but I could be wrong.
During the searches of this part of Middle Mountain, human remains found in animal scat were discovered, correct?
Yes.
And the obvious, even lay conclusion there would be that some of these remains were fully consumed by animals.
Yes.
I'd ask the people to publish what's already been admitted, 505, please. And you remember testifying about this exhibit on direct, correct?
Yes.
And to reorient everyone, the white line kind of zigzags across the top of the photo. That's Middle Mountain Road, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to try it from this angle. I'm blocking anyone's view, please. And the place where the bright yellow sign that motorists are supposed to see is right here, correct?
Yes.
And the popular area with hikers, campers, climbers, recreationalists is in this purple area as well, correct?
Yes.
And you've testified quite a bit about the geography of everything in this picture, correct?
Yes.
And you even testified that this area here, where my hand is going down the middle of a purple shape, that that's pretty steep, correct?
Yes.
And that that the area right beneath the recovery site is pretty steep, correct?
Yes,
And the steepness kind of continues up this drainage all the way to another point on Middle Mountain Road, correct?
yes,
And it appears that that portion of Middle Mountain Road is a lot closer to the steep drainage than this part, Middle Mountain Road. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. We got a steep drainage right here. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And Middle Mountain Road is close to it up here at the top, correct?
yes,
And it's closer, the road is closer to this steep drainage here than it is here in the purple dot, right? Or in the purple blob.
yes,
Now, looking at the geography here, this area to the right, to the viewer's right of the purple is less steep than the drainage, correct?
yes.
506. Same area, different exhibit, correct?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Same area, different exhibit, correct?
Yes,
And again, you testified that this is another purple area that got searched, right?
yes,
And there's a cliff band to the viewer's right of that, correct?
yes,
And then further to the right of that cliff band, the geography is not as steep, correct?
where do you feel like it's not as steep?
To the right, purple area, drainage, cliff band, slope with trees. You would agree this area here on the far right is not as steep as these sheer cliffs.
That's correct, I believe.
If the people would be kind enough to publish item, or exhibit, pardon me, 320. To the best of your knowledge, those were the kicker earbuds that were seized during these searches on Middle Mountain, correct?
Yes,
And you gave your lay opinion about distances of what, or lengths of what we're looking at in this picture, correct?
correct,
And you would agree with me, there's no ruler, metric, or standard in that, correct?
correct.
And we can take that down. If the people would be kind enough to publish 239, please. You recall that as being the scapula that was found at a later date, later than June 2013, correct?
Yes,
And this remain was found at least some period of time after the other long bones were found. And by long bones, I mean the femurs and tibia and stuff like that.
correct.
What, if any, effort was made to measure the distance between this item and the items that were found back in June?
We did Google map it between the GPS points.
Was there any effort to do that on scene?
Not at that time.
And your testimony today is that these remains were in roughly the same area as the other ones, correct?
Roughly.
roughly means different things to different people. Could you unpack that for us?
In the same area, but not, in the cluster of the others, I guess.
And we can take that one down. You testified yesterday about some other investigation you did in this case. One of those was seeking out information for what you described as a tower dump, correct?
Yes,
And describe for the jury briefly what a tower dump is.
a tower dump, collects data from cell phones that are in an area at a particular time that hit off the tower.
And your initial effort to secure that data was unsuccessful, correct?
One of the towers, I believe, was unsuccessful at first.
And what I mean more specifically is the paperwork you filled out to get that tower dump, to get that data, to get that information, you put the wrong company's name on the request for the warrant, correct?
Yes,
You also testified briefly yesterday about your efforts to obtain a pen register for Mr. Mark Redwine's phone, correct?
yes,
And you had to fill out paperwork to secure that data as well, correct?
yes.
And you filled out that paperwork incorrectly as well the first time you tried, right?
I don't believe I did.
You don't recall requesting a pen register for 6 months as opposed to 60 days?
No,
Would looking at your supplemental report 501 help you remember if that was in fact the case?
yes.
Do you have any of your reports up there?
No, I didn't bring them.
Approaching with Discovery 635.
Which supplement number is that?
501.
Thank you.
Okay.
Having reviewed the report that you authored, Supplemental 501, do you recall seeking a pen register for a period of 6 months, but you could only request one for 60 days, and therefore your request was rejected?
That actually, I didn't write that PIN register request. That was another investigator. I had been working with Agent Iker on the previous PIN registers, so he reached out to me directly, and then I filled it out correctly.
Was it Agent Iker who got it wrong, or someone at the La
No,
Plata
a
County?
different investigator that doesn't work here anymore.
At La Plata County?
Yes.
Permission to retrieve that, Judge.
Yes.
As part of your investigation in this case, you made multiple trips and had multiple contacts with Mr. Mark Redwine at his home, correct?
Yes.
And on one of those contacts was on July 16th, 2013, correct?
Probably.
And that was the day that he provided you with a fishing pole, correct?
Okay. Yes, I recall that.
You recall, he provided you voluntarily with the fishing pole, correct?
Yes.
Didn't have to serve a warrant for the fishing pole, he just gave it to you.
Yes.
Now, I'd respectfully request the people to publish Prosecution Exhibit 220. Remember that one being the blurry
Yes.
map of the area?
Yes.
And safe to say, we can see in this map Vallecito Reservoir, Vallecito, Durango, McDonald's and Durango, and Bayfield, correct?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation in this matter, you and Investigator Cowing took a drive on November 19th, 2013, correct?
Yes.
And what you wanted to do was gain information, do research on drive times between different destinations of import, of evidentiary value in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to determine drive times between, say, Mark Redwine's house and United Pipeline?
Yes, we recreated the trip he said that he took that
Right.
a year later.
And a year later, on the same date, a year later, because it was November 19th, 2013, correct?
Correct.
And that's part of your due diligence to see if Mr. Mark Redwine's timeline jives with the actual drive times between these destinations, correct?
Yes.
And when you and Investigator Cowing did this, and you don't have your supplemental 580 in front of you, dude. If you don't remember
I don't.
dates and times and distances, you may have to refresh. Permission to approach.
Yes.
Approaching with Goldbright Supplemental 580, that's 751 through 755. And I'm going to lay this down upside down in front of you, and if I ask a question and you don't remember, let us know you're flipping it over to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you were doing your due diligence to Mr. Mark Redwine's timeline, you and Investigator Cowing were in a motor vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you left Mr. Mark Redwine's residence at about 7:31, right? If your report said that, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And the idea here initially was to drive to Durango, correct?
Yes.
And you took County Road 240 to Durango, correct?
Yes.
And we also know that locally as Florida Road, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving Mr. Mark Redwine's residence at 7:31, you arrived at United Pipe in Bodo Park at 8:23, correct?
Yes.
And for those who don't know or don't remember, when we look at People's 220 here, Mr. Mark Redwine's house is noted up there on the short yellow squiggly line, correct?
Yes.
And 240, AKA Florida Road, winds its way through the hills into Durango this way, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Bodo Park, where you know United Pipe was at the time, probably located off the frame or at the very far right portion of Durango here, correct?
I would agree with that.
You arrived at United Pipe at 8:23. You left United Pipe at 8:42, correct?
Yes,
And it's 6 minutes later, you arrive at South City Market as part of your due diligence, correct?
yes,
And from South City Market, safe to say you stayed there for a while as part of your efforts to recreate Mr. Mark Redwine's timeline?
yes,
And then after you and investigator Cowing determined you had waited there long enough, you drove to Walmart, correct?
yes,
And you arrived at Walmart at 10:30, correct?
yes,
And when you went to the Walmart, you mean the Walmart here in Durango, Colorado on Camino Royale, right?
yes,
And that's probably pretty blurry in people's 220. I won't try to point it out. Arrive at Walmart at 10:30. You and investigator Cowing left Walmart at 10:41, correct?
yes,
And then the next part of your due diligence was to drive between the Walmart and what's known as the Mini Merc in Bayfield, correct?
yes,
And after leaving Walmart at 10:41, you arrived at the Mini Merc. That's basically like a gas station, 7-Eleven, correct?
yes.
Right there on 160.
Yeah, off of a frontage road, but yes,
Yeah, right there in Bayfield, correct?
yes,
To recreate that part of the journey, that's just basically a straight shot down 160 from right to left, correct?
yes,
With the Mini Merc, 7-Eleven, or sort of gas station being right in this Bayfield area. Obviously, we're too zoomed out to actually see that place here, correct?
yes. It's not right there at that intersection, but it's in that,
It's in that area, right?
yes, yes,
There's a bunch of gas stations.
yeah, a couple, yeah.
You and investigator Cowing remained at that gas station, Mini Merc, for about 3 minutes and left at 11:05, correct?
Yes,
And then you arrived back at Mr. Mark Redwine's house at 11:39, correct?
yes,
And you made a notation that during that last portion of the drive, which goes straight up from Bayfield towards Vallecito, you ran into some road construction that probably slowed you down a little bit, correct?
yes,
And then as part of your due diligence, you didn't drive again to try and see what this timeline was about for a couple more hours, right?
I'd have to refer to my report if we did it again. I thought we only did it once.
This, getting back to Mr. Redwine's house wasn't the end of your due diligence on this, correct? You drove to other places that day on November 19th.
Okay, yes,
And you drove away from Mr. Redwine's house and arrived at Tristan Reeves' house at 3:30, correct?
yes,
And then you left Tristan's house for Dylan Redwine's friend's house, Fernando Stubbs, correct?
yes,
You left Tristan's at 3:40, correct?
yes,
You arrived at Fernando's at 3 minutes after 4.
yes,
And then eventually you drove to the Bayfield Marshal's office, correct?
yes,
And you arrived there at 4:15, correct?
yes.
safe to say, based upon the drive you and the investigator took that day, November 19th, 2013, the timeline that Mr. Mark Redwine provided you checked out as far as drive times and distances, correct?
It was pretty close, yes.
Pretty close. You testified that you followed over 900 tips in this case, correct?
Me personally?
That the sheriff's department.
Yes.
And you yourself followed a lot of those tips, right?
Yeah, I did my fair share.
You did your fair share. And some of those included tips or statements or claims from psychics, mediums, people who said they had visions, right?
Yes.
And the philosophy was, if we get a tip, no matter where it's coming from and where the information purports to come from, we're going to follow up on it. Safe to say?
Well, that, and then there's also, I have experience with psychics or people who claim to be psychics actually have intimate knowledge of a crime, and then they portray themselves as a psychic to either gain reward money or clear a guilty conscience. So I didn't want to undervalue any of the tips.
Because it's two things. One, as you said, you're going to do everything you can. And two, one of these people might actually have real knowledge, but they're not saying where the knowledge came from.
Yeah, that they're psychic.
Now, one of the reports you got was that Mr. Mike Hall saw Mark Redwine driving up Middle Mountain Road, correct?
He saw Mark Redwine driving down Middle Mountain Road.
Correct. And your understanding was that that was on April 22nd, 2013, correct?
I believe so.
But it turned out you got that date wrong, had to write a correction, and that was actually on April 23rd, correct?
Okay. Yes, I recall
And you made a
that.
note of that you made that mistake.
I recall that.
And you were aware that cameras were placed on Middle Mountain Road as well, correct?
Yes.
Middle Mountain, and those cameras were placed there to see if Mr. Mark Redwine was driving up and down Middle Mountain Road for any reason, right?
Yes, and other people, I guess, I suppose.
But you were looking, or those cameras were set up for, to see if specifically Mr. Mark Redwine was traveling that road, correct?
I didn't really have much part of the cameras on the road. I was aware that they were put up there, but I don't really know even where they were put.
And those cameras didn't return anything of evidentiary value, correct?
Not that I recall. I don't think the cameras were up there yet, and at that time frame.
What time frame?
The April 23rd.
Right. They came in after that, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were party to a search of Mr. Mark Redwine's truck on March 20th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
And part of that search included trying to collect air from that truck, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. We're beyond the scope at this point. Also calls for expert testimony.
Well, the collecting air, I don't think calls for expert testimony, depending how far it goes with that.
The results do, though.
I understand that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Bogan, in terms of the scope?
The pictures of the truck flow, that they had people introduced, flow from the same search.
All right, go ahead.
And the idea of this search was to seal the Dodge truck, correct?
Yes,
And then try and vacuum air out of that truck, correct?
yes,
Put that air into tubes,
yes,
and then have another expert determine if that air contained chemicals in it consistent with the smell of cadavers, correct?
human decom,
Human decomp, right?
yes,
Okay. And you did that process, right?
yes,
Suck the air out of the truck, put it in tubes, send it off to be analyzed, right?
yes,
On February 14th of 2014, you were party to the search of Mr. Redwine's septic tank, correct?
yes,
And you secured the means and the clearance to have a local plumber pump all the stuff out of the septic tank, correct?
it was a plumber, he like pumps septic tanks for a living.
Right. And that search returns nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct,
Now, were you party to the search that took place on November 29th, 2012?
was that the one on 240, AKA Florida?
I'm referring to the search, and thank you for asking me to clarify. I'm referring to the search of Mr. Mark Redwine's house on November
Oh.
29th.
No, I was not.
Okay. You were party to, as you testified, to another search on August 14th of Mr. Redwine's house, correct?
Yes,
And it was at that time that several items were seized from his house during that search, correct?
yes,
And again, this search is happening August 14th, 2013, correct?
yes,
Almost a year after Dylan has gone missing and after his remains have been found, correct? August 14th,
yes,
2013. And one of the items that you found outside the house on August 14th, 2013 was a black sock, correct?
yes,
Permission to approach with what's been previously marked as defendants 1884.
Yes.
Is defense 1884 an accurate representation of where that item was found and what it looked like when you discovered it?
yes,
And as you testified on direct, you had been there previously that month, August 2013, with some dog handlers, yes or no?
yes.
And do you have any recollection of any of the dog handlers saying that the dogs
No, not gonna let you do that.
were good dogs?
But, no, we're not,
Fair enough.
you're as far as you can go with that. The handlers that are gonna testify will testify.
To the best of your recollection, can you recite to the jury how many times Mr. Redwine's house was searched?
Give me just a minute. I'm gonna think in my
By all
in my
means,
head.
by all means.
And while she's thinking, did you want 1884 admitted or not?
I would move to admit 1884, thank you.
Mr. Champagne?
Well, at this point, I'd object on grounds of relevance, Your Honor. But it's a fair and accurate picture. I don't dispute that. I just don't know what it's relevant to.
Well, maybe we'll find out.
Okay.
I'll admit it.
Are you wanting to know with, search warrants or search warrants and consent?
Search warrants and consent, your best recollection.
Okay. And, are you wanting to know when we just went inside or including the
Inside.
septic?
Inside, and including the septic.
I'd say approximately 6.
6 searches of his house, about 3 searches of his cars, of his trucks, correct?
Once, I think 2 searches of the GMC and 3 of the Dodge.
And as you testified, you were present for the search on August 14th, 2013, correct?
Yes,
And permission to approach with what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1875.
Yes.
Wait, actually, strike that. My apologies. 1877. Without getting to the details of what 1877 depicts, what is it? Photograph, drawing, diagram?
it's a diagram.
And does it accurately portray where furniture was placed in Mr. Mark Redwine's house on August 14th, 2013, when you conducted that search?
Yes,
Move to admit 1877.
Any objection?
Fair enough.
Admitted.
And we may publish that through another witness at another time. Permission to approach with defense previously marked 1879.
Yes.
And without getting into the details, is 1879 a diagram, photograph? What is it?
it's a photograph.
And does that photograph 1879 accurately depict how furniture was placed, what the living room looked like when you searched Mr. Redwine's house on August 14th, 2013?
Yes,
And we'll have to publish that through probably another witness.
Did you want it admitted?
Yes, please, both exhibits, Judge.
All right, so which other one? Maybe I missed something. So 1879, and what was the other one?
1878.
1877.
1877, thank you.
Well, please don't do that because it really screws up everything.
Understood.
If 77's already in.
Okay.
1879 is admitted unless you have an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
We clear to go forward, Judge?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you can take down 220, thanks. You testified on direct about how in November 2015, you found a skull.
Yes,
And for the purposes of my questioning, I'm going to use the word cranium, or you use skull, if that's okay. You understand?
yes,
And it's your understanding, based upon your investigation and information that affected how you conducted searches on Middle Mountain, that the cranium was found by Daniel and Lee Foster on November 1st, 2015, correct?
yes,
And you know from your involvement in this case, that's roughly almost 3 years after Dylan went missing, correct?
correct.
And you know from your investigation in this case that the Fosters reported that to La Plata County Sheriff's Department, and you acted on that pretty much the next day, correct?
Yes,
Because as you testified, it was fall,
yes,
weather was coming in, correct?
yes,
You wanted to get this done, so you go up there on the 2nd, correct?
yes,
And that's just you and Lee, as far as civilians go, correct? Daniel did not accompany that first time.
that's correct. He did not come until the next day.
And it sounded like from direct, you spent the balance of November 2nd looking for this cranium in Runlet Park, correct?
Yes,
I'd ask the people to publish 505 if I'm thinking of the right one. That's the wrong one. Give me one moment. Yeah. 514. Thank you, counsel. Thank you very much. Yes. November 2015, you take up the search based upon the information you get from the Fosters in this area that's labeled and denoted by kind of this wide open area here as Runlet Park, correct?
yes,
And what we know about Runlet Park is that Middle Mountain Road doesn't end there, but actually goes kind of across the top of it and then keeps on going all the way to Tuckerville, correct?
yes,
And Runlet Park is characterized as kind of a open grassy area, correct?
yes, yes,
Although there are some stands of trees in the area, correct?
yes,
And it's actually bordered by forest, correct?
yes,
And that's because when you get up to this elevation, as you know from living around here, you get less and less trees. And
right, less oxygen.
Runlet Park is obviously further up the road from where the gate on Middle Mountain Road is, correct?
Yes,
And it's further up the road from the first recovery or dump site, correct?
correct.
And in People's 514, we can't even see Mr. Mark Redwine's house here, correct?
No,
Sounds like you spent the balance of November 2nd, 2015 in Runlet Park looking for this cranium, correct?
yes,
And your efforts were unsuccessful, so you returned the next day, right?
yes,
And when you returned the next day, Lieutenant Azell was there, correct?
yes,
And Investigator Gabbard, he had an ATV, correct?
yes.
And Investigator Cowing, correct?
No, Investigator Cowling didn't go the second day.
And that day, you're, as you've already testified, with Daniel and Lee as well, correct?
Yes,
And as you testified on direct, day 2 of looking for this very important piece of evidence. And it's more important than that, too, you would agree, right? It's not just evidence.
Absolutely.
You started to get frustrated, right?
Yes.
And you made your frustration apparent to those around you because you wanted to find this if it was up there, right?
I don't know if I made it apparent to people around me.
Okay. And it's your testimony that after looking around Runlet Park, following rivulets, fingers of drainages through that area, at a certain point you started to move from one area to a new area you hadn't looked at, right?
Right.
And Daniel was walking behind you and Lee. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, Lee and I walked over and found another fingerling or whatever you called it. And
How about we just agree to call it a little tiny, tiny stream of water?
okay, how about that as a stream? So, and it was an area we hadn't been in the previous day. So I asked her, does this look familiar to you? And she said, maybe, and said she wanted Daniel to come look. And so then she called for Daniel. He walked over.
And it's your testimony today that sometime during this, while Daniel's walking over, he finds this, holds it up and yells, "Skull."
Yes,
And your reaction to that sounded like it was lightning quick, correct?
yes,
And you make a move towards Daniel, hop over the little tiny, tiny, tiny creek, take the cranium from him, put it back on the ground.
I set it on the ground.
Set it on the ground. Because you understand the import of this, that you want to be fragile with it, or you want to treat it as a fragile item.
Yes,
And based upon your training and expertise and living in the world we live in, it was apparent to you almost immediately that this was probably a human skull, correct?
yes,
And yourself, Lieutenant Azell, Investigator Gabbard, you all have radio communications and ability to call stuff in from there, correct?
yes, but I believe most everyone was within earshot.
Right. But if you wanted to call someone in Durango or radio someone from Durango, you had the capability to do that, right?
I don't know if we had radios on us. We had cell phones.
Was upon finding this item that based upon your training experience and looking at, you believed it was a human skull, did you make any effort to contact the local coroner?
Not on the mountain.
Did you make any effort to contact the local coroner before the cranium was removed from Runlet Park?
No. I highly doubt there was cell phone service down that far.
Was any effort made to preserve that scene and leave the cranium where it was originally found?
No, like I said, there was a storm coming in and it looked like it was going to dump a lot of snow. We couldn't leave somebody up there.
You couldn't leave a person up there.
No.
La Plata County Sheriff's Department would not have been able to.
They wouldn't have been able to get back out without snowmobiles, I'm assuming. But no.
You know how much snow fell the next day?
I don't.
You know if any snow fell the next day in Runlet Park?
I know it started snowing before we got off the mountain.
But you don't know what the accumulation was.
No,
And there wasn't a winter storm warning at that time, to your knowledge.
I don't remember.
Safe to say, no effort was made to do a forensic excavation of that area before the cranium was removed, correct?
Correct.
So initially, the cranium gets collected, put in an evidence bag, and it was Lieutenant Azell who took possession of it initially that day, correct?
Yes,
And he was the one who transported it to Durango, correct?
yes.
And I think you testified to this on direct, but after the cranium was found, further searching of that area was conducted by the party, correct?
After the skull?
Yes, ma'am.
No, we had to leave.
There was no other looking around that?
We might have looked in the immediate area briefly, but then we needed to leave.
Permission to approach with what's been previously marked as defendants 1893.
Yes.
Without testifying to the details, can you tell us what defendants 1893 is? Without getting into the details, is it a photograph, a diagram, what is it?
It's a photograph.
And does it accurately depict another item that was found that date, November 3rd, 2015 in Runlet Park?
Yes.
Move to admit defendants 1893.
Mr. Champagne?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
And we may publish it another time, another witness, but defendants 1893, that portrays other animal bones that were found up there, correct?
Yes.
And as you testified on direct, you didn't find any other items up there in Runlet Park on November 3rd, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Turning back to when you saw the cranium with Lee Foster for the first time, you turned to her and you said, "I can't wait to see his face when I tell him about this," correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
Whose face?
I don't know, you tell me.
I didn't say that.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, it was Lieutenant Azell that took the cranium to Mercy Medical in Durango for further investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then at another later date, you took the cranium to Fort Lewis College campus to have another expert look at it, correct?
It was Dr. Mulhern,
Right.
but she also responded to.
You've answered my question.
Okay.
And can you again explain to the jury what the process is for logging in, as Mr. Champagne characterized it, as checking in a piece of evidence at the Sheriff's Department?
Photographing it, GPSing it, collecting it. Depends if further processing needs to be done, but then enter it into evidence.
And safe to say, this item, the cranium, it was put in protective packaging, correct?
I'm sure it was.
And it was sealed in that protective packaging, correct? With tape.
Yes.
And then the standard practice for any piece of evidence at La Plata County Sheriff's Department is if an item is in protective packaging, gets sealed, correct?
Yes.
And then if anyone in law enforcement wants to have access to that piece of evidence, they have to cut that seal, take out the item, correct?
Yes.
And then when they return that item, they put it back in the protective packaging, correct?
Yes,
And then they sign and date the package saying when they did that, correct?
yes,
And that's to make sure that items of evidence are always accounted for, correct?
yes.
And on November 6th, you went to the evidence room at La Plata County Sheriff to get the cranium, correct?
I don't know if it had been placed into evidence yet or not. I can't remember.
Do you recall taking the cranium to Dr. Mulhorn on November 6th?
Yes,
And that was so she could do an analysis and then you returned it, correct?
yes,
But when you did that, you didn't make note of you taking it out of its protective packaging and putting it back in and putting the date and your signature on that package, correct?
I don't think it had been, sealed yet.
Permission to approach with defendants 1901 and 1902.
Yes.
Do you recognize 1901 and 1902?
Yes,
And are they fair and accurate representations of what they purport to be, AKA photographs of packaging?
yes,
Move to admit 1901, 1902.
Objection. They're admitted.
Ask the court to please vote HDMI. Permission to publish 1901.
Yes. Go ahead.
Deputy, is that the packaging that the cranium was initially in after it was collected?
I don't know what it was packaged in originally. I'm assuming this is the original packaging, but I don't know.
And permission to move to the screen, Judge?
Yes.
Are you assuming that it's the packaging, pardon me, are you assuming it's the packaging the cranium was in because it says fragile human skull with evidence tape across it? Lieutenant Azel's initials are there,
Yes,
and there's a receipt from Mercy Hospital, part number as well.
okay, it's not really coming clear on the,
You would agree with me that says that though, right?
yeah, I guess so.
I'm zooming in a little bit, does that help?
I can see the handwriting that it says that, I just can't tell what the sticker says.
And what we know the sticker says
Oh, that sticker,
is 5:30, correct? To the right of where it says evidence,
oh, yes,
says a case number, correct?
yes,
And actually, there's an item number there, 529, that's crossed out, correct?
yes,
That's because originally it was given the wrong number and had to be changed to 5:30, correct?
or it was a mistake just writing it down,
And the date says 11/3/15, correct?
yes,
Time 1656.
yes,
Well, did I say 1656?
yes,
Says Middle Mountain, 11 miles, correct?
yes,
Human skull, right?
yes,
If we look to the right of that, there's a number of notations, correct?
yes,
And actually, these are better portrayed on 1902, permission to publish.
Yes, go ahead.
And again, to refresh, standard practices, when you take an item of evidence out of its packaging, break the seal, take it out, do your investigation with it, denote when you took it out of the packaging, and denote when you put it back in, correct?
correct,
And if we look at this packaging here for item 530, human skull, there's notes that said it was opened by JCE, who we know is investigator Azell, correct?
yes,
Opened by JCE 11/5/15 for photos by S. Fire, correct?
yes,
Then it says resealed 11/5/15, 10/58 by JCE, correct?
yes,
And then the next entry after that is opened by Diane France, 11/23/2015, correct?
yes.
There's no entry here for when you took the skull out.
That's because I didn't take, oh, you're talking about when I saw Dr. Mulhern. We don't typically write when we open and close and reseal stuff on the packaging. I bet you if you were to look at the evidence logs through our evidence text, my name would be on it.
Turning your attention to Discovery page 17476, LaPlata County Sheriff's Evidence Log. I'd ask you to review this and tell me where it says it was checked out to you on November 6th, 2015.
It's probably on a different, evidence log.
You would agree with me, the top of that document says LaPlata County Sheriff's Evidence Log, correct?
Yes,
And you would agree with me, that document denotes several times that item 530 was taken out and returned, correct?
yes, but these dates are all, it doesn't have anything before the 3rd.
Well, it was checked into evidence on the 9th, as you testified, correct?
I don't know when it got checked into
Okay.
evidence.
There's nothing on that document that denotes that you checked out the cranium on the 6th and returned it.
Like I said, I think it's on a different evidence log.
It's not on that log, is it?
It's not on this log.
Commissioner, yes,
Do you want this back? Oh.
Not on that log. It's not on defense exhibit behind you as well, 1902, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that November 5th comes before November 6th, correct?
Yes.
If I can have one moment, Judge.
you may.
And we can, oh, that's my HDMI, pardon me. You testified on direct regarding some follow-up investigation you did on a black T-shirt. You remember talking about that?
Black cloth?
Black cloth, yes.
Okay, yes,
And you identified that black cloth as a, I believe it was a Chicago White Sox T-shirt. Does that sound familiar? Because you recognize the print on it?
White Sox.
I'm just looking for the exhibit that got admitted on that. Give me 1 second. Getting close. I'd ask, I got to give you guys the HDMI cable. I'd ask the people, upon receipt of the HDMI cable, to publish People's Exhibit 293. You remember talking about that during direct?
Yes,
And the photo as it's portrayed here in prosecution 293, you're the one who arranged, curated the fabric here, correct?
yes.
Permission to approach what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 296.
Yes.
Is the item in People's 296 the same item as portrayed in People's 293?
Yes,
And you know that from the color of the fabric, the writing, all that stuff, correct?
yes.
And turning your attention to 296, what do we see on the fabric in People's 296?
It looks like a banana sticker.
Like the kind of blue sticker you see on like a Chiquita or banana?
Yes.
You can just keep approaching it.
Okay. Well, I didn't know there's a different role. I'm gonna ask you, after I mic up, to look at prosecution for already admitted exhibit 404040. What is that?
Walmart receipt,
Can you see the date on that receipt?
that was hard to find. 11/18/2012,
Is there a time affixed to that too?
19:05 hours, 30 seconds, so 7:05 PM.
Carefully moving your way down that receipt. I'm not gonna ask you to read every item on there. I'm just gonna ask you. The bananas come up.
No.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge.
You gonna be more than 15, 20 minutes, or do you know?
I think I can get this done, Judge.
All right.
Thank you. I want to revisit the skull and the visit that you took to Dr. Mulhern. I believe it was November 6th, is that right?
I would have to refer to my report what day it actually was.
Okay, would you like to see it?
Yes, please.
Supplement 743, Counsel. If you like, you can scroll up one page. But I believe it is at the bottom of the report towards page 2.
Okay.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection about the date?
Yes.
I may approach. Yes. November 6th, that sound right?
Yes.
Now, you wrote this supplemental report close in time to those events occurring, right?
Yes.
And the reason you wrote it was to document the events that occurred.
Correct.
And that's also the reason that the chain of custody is often written on the outside of the packaging.
I actually haven't seen it written on the outside of the packaging.
Okay, or written down in the log, the
On
custody
the
log.
log, yes.
But the point is to document the events that occurred, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree this report actually contains more information than just simply writing your name and a date on the evidence log itself, right?
Yes.
So the event is well documented. Is that fair to say? Is the event
Overruled for now. Go ahead.
Is the event well documented?
Yes.
And in fact, is that why defense counsel is even aware of it?
Yes.
Objection to form of question, relevance.
I think it's relevant.
And it's your belief or understanding that perhaps this is documented on a different evidence log, you're just not sure?
Yes. If that skull was logged
I don't
into-
think a question's been asked.
No, there's not a question. You need to wait.
Sorry.
Well, I'll ask it like this. Was there something you wanted to add regarding the skull?
calls for a narrative form of the question.
I think it's okay based upon your cross. Go ahead.
If the skull was logged into evidence, there's no way I could have gotten access to it without the evidence tech releasing it to me. And there's no way she would accept it back without me sealing it properly.
And if I may approach, I think, council showed you the evidence log, didn't they? And I have that same page here pulled up on my computer. If I may approach, please. Is this the same page that you saw earlier regarding?
Can I tip it?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you get by microphone or pull the other one, Mr. Champagne?
And if I direct your attention down to the bottom of the page where the handwriting occurs, can you see when it was actually entered into evidence on that log? Is it possible to tell?
The first time,
Yes.
it looks like 11/9/2015.
Okay. And there's other documentation besides just your report on this case, right? Regarding the transport of the skull?
Yes,
Any other, investigators would have also documented as well their interactions with this?
yes,
And are you aware of the steps that, for instance, investigator Ezel took, when he was transporting the skull for further examination?
I guess I don't understand what you're asking. Steps,
Yeah, right, it was found on the mountainside on November 3rd.
yes,
And I believe you testified on redirect, or on cross, that it was taken by investigator Ezel at that time and bagged, and preserved, is that correct?
I'm assuming so, yes,
And then I think you testified that it was transported to Mercy Medical Center for examination.
Move to strike the last answer as an assumption, and therefore speculative. She said, I assume so, in response to a leading question.
Hold on a second. Any response, Mr. Champagne?
Your Honor, this is, evidence that was actually already elicited by defense counsel, during the cross-examination.
I think that's right, isn't it?
Right, but
So,
that's different than an answer that says, I assume this happened.
right, but people talk differently at different times with different meanings. I think it's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Champagne.
And it was transported to Mercy Medical Center for examination at that point. Is that
Yes.
correct?
yes.
And you testified that it was actually placed in protective packaging and sealed, correct?
Yes, when I dealt with it.
I want to talk with you briefly about Defense Exhibit 1893. This was admitted into evidence but not published for the jury. If I showed that to you, would you recognize it?
Yes,
What is that, ma'am?
animal bones.
And if defense counsel could just go ahead and call that up on their computer so I can publish that to the jury, that'd be great.
Because of Dropbox, I don't have, I apologize, counsel. Maybe after lunch. That's why I didn't publish it, is because I don't have that capability
Okay.
at the drop of a hat right now.
All right, then. If you could just, would you mind if I published then to the jury briefly?
No, that's, do you want to ever describe what they're looking at?
Sure, that's fine. Could you go ahead and describe it for us, Judge, ma'am?
It's a photograph of some animal bones and a GPS.
Was that a common practice to include the GPS with some of the investigators when they photographed the items?
Yes,
Okay. And how did you know that those were animal bones?
I didn't until after they were examined.
Okay, so did those actually get collected?
I believe so.
And how, were they presented to Dr. Mulhern
Yes,
and later identified as animal bones?
Yes.
if I may publish.
No, I mean, you brought up that they were animal bones. I mean, and it's already been testified she was the one doing it, if that's your objection.
I'm saying I have.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Is that the image that you see before you there?
Yes.
Okay. Do those look like vertebrae to you?
For a layperson, yes.
Okay. But, and that's why you asked them to be analyzed by Dr. Mulhern?
Yes,
And they were later identified as animal bones, correct?
correct.
No, that's what I was trying to tell you before. I was trying to anticipate that objection, Mr. Bogan, and rule it against you already. Go ahead.
I don't have any further questions on this topic. Thank you, counsel, appreciate it. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about when you collected the skull there on the mountainside in Rutland Park, that you did not preserve it, bring the coroner or forensic anthropologist up there. Why not?
I felt that it was time sensitive.
Okay. And what was that based upon?
The weather coming in and the wait time between how far up Metal Mountain we were, how far down the ravine we were, and drive time for the coroner.
Okay. And you worked with this coroner before, I assume, is that right?
Yes, for years.
Is it standard practice between you and her that she would give you permission to move remains if requested?
Yes.
Did you have any concern about losing track of this item of evidence?
Yes.
And what was your concern there?
Asked and answered during direct, cross, and now again during
I
redirect.
think that's correct, Mr. Champagne.
That's fine. I can move on, Your Honor. You were asked about a sock that was found during a search of Mr. Redwine's house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain to the jury Mr. Redwine's explanation of why that sock was found? Do you recall? And I can refresh your recollection.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Do you recall Mr. Redwine mentioning that this sock was actually?
I think that's improper refreshing.
You too. Don't you need to show her her report or
Sure.
a report?
That's fine, Your Honor. One moment, I seem to have lost it. While I'm searching for this, counsel asked you about a septic tank search that you did at the defendant's home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall what the impetus was behind that without getting into any statements of anybody else? How did that come to your attention?
It hadn't been completely searched initially.
Do you recall receiving a tip regarding searching of the septic tank?
Yes.
Supplement 459 by investigator Tom Cowie.
I asked council to now refresh all our recollections what the question
About the
was.
black sock.
Thank you.
And this is Tom Cowing's report. Okay. Yes.
Tell you regarding that sock.
It was a plain black sock, and he gave it to Tom, saying he believed it was Dylan's.
Do you recall that it was where it had originally been seen by Investigator Cowling?
In the bed of the GMC truck.
Hearsay within hearsay foundation,
Well, it's not hearsay within hearsay, but it is hearsay.
trying to cover it all, Judge.
Good to be thorough.
You know, I think we'll revisit this topic with a different witness at a
That's
later
probably a good idea.
time. All right.
Move to strike the last answer then.
Yes, we will strike about, where it was found.
That's fine. Council asked you about air samples and an experiment that you conducted. What was the sort of impetus or the idea? How did this idea come about?
I know that particular process was done in a very publicized child homicide case.
And did you work with a specialist in the field on that topic? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that specialist's name?
Arpad Voss.
All right. And you conducted the sample, this experiment.
402, 403, Judge.
Well, had you not brought it up, I'd agree, but you did bring it up. Go ahead.
Did you consult with him pretty closely on this?
Yes.
All right. Do you know whether he's qualified to conduct this type of work?
Yes.
Had you read any scholarly articles written by him?
Maybe not like all the way through, but I did some research on him.
Okay. And so this isn't something you just kind of came up with on your own, is that fair to say?
That's fair. Yes.
Did that project produce any evidence in the case or anything of evidentiary value?
This does call for hearsay, Judge. Because that information flows from,
I think the jury can make whatever assumptions they want, since neither side has done anything with this.
Okay. You said that there were game cameras that were set up along Middle Mountain Road, is that correct?
Yes,
But that wasn't something that you had an active role in.
that's correct.
And counsel was asking you that, you know, or to testify that these game cameras were set up specifically to find Mark Redwine, is that right?
Yes.
Had you seen evidence related to the case on these game cameras of other people being involved in the case? Would you have followed those things as well?
Yes,
So this wasn't set up specifically for Mark Redwine, per se.
that's correct.
You done with this topic?
Yes. As counsel described the drive time reconstruction that you did, one of the names that was mentioned was Fernando. I think it's Fernando Stubbs.
Yes,
Where does Fernando Stubbs live?
in Bayfield.
In Bayfield. Similar to, does Ryan Nava also live in Bayfield?
Yes,
Counsel described that on July 16th, 2013, Mark Redwine produced the fishing pole and gave it to you. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Was that before or after he was informed that the remains of Dylan Redwine were found on Middle Mountain?
after.
What had been, prior to this moment, what had been Mark Redwine's position regarding that fishing pole throughout the entire investigation?
Foundation form of the question, this witness has testified she had several interactions with Mr. Mark Redwine.
I think you have to find out whether or not she questioned him about the fishing pole and what his response was. I think you're probably limited to that.
Okay. Did you have opportunity to question Mr. Mark Redwine regarding this fishing pole?
Question him or talk about it with him?
Right, that, talk about it's fine.
Yes, I spoke with him about it.
And what had he told you about the fishing pole and told all of law enforcement since the beginning?
She's limited to what she knows. If you want to bring on other people, you can do that.
Okay.
But otherwise, it would be hearsay.
Okay. What's your understanding and recollection of what he told you regarding the fishing pole from the beginning of the case?
I don't know if he told me directly. I didn't have much involvement with Mark in the beginning. It was later on, but
That's fine, we'll stop
learned
there
stuff.
then. If you don't know, then we'll just ask a different witness. No
Okay.
problem. Counsel asked you questions regarding the tower dump, and you got the name ComNet versus New Star mixed up.
Okay.
And that's accurate, you had to reapply to the search warrant, correct?
Yes. Yes, I did.
And can you just briefly describe that process for the jury?
They just contacted me and said that the business name was incorrect. And they told me what the correct business name was. And I fixed it on my search warrant and everything was fine.
And those tower dump records were later given over to another person by the name of Scott Eicher, is that right?
Yes.
Finally, counsel, well, I think it's fine, let's see here. Counsel asked you questions regarding, the decision to not attempt to seal off Middle Mountain, after the remains were found. Can you, describe why that decision was made?
Like I said, there was a storm rolling in. It was getting cold.
Let me stop you there. I'm referring back to June of 2013.
Oh, I apologize.
Why didn't you seal off all of Middle Mountain after these remains were found?
And that mischaracterizes the question I asked. I didn't say all of Middle Mountain, I said the search area.
Fine, limited to that, please.
Why didn't you seal off the search area?
Well, the search area was fairly large. We already collected the evidence and, it made more sense for us to collect it and take it back instead of setting somebody up there.
You described that this area is fairly regularly used by recreationalists.
Yes.
And sealing it off with evidence tape, what kind of impact do you think that may have had in protecting the area versus identifying it?
That would have just alerted people even more. It was pretty well known that we were doing searches, and I think it would have been like moths to a flame.
Okay. Counsel showed you pictures of the search area where the remains were found in June of 2013, and he asked you to identify items of trash in the very steep section where people were doing the line searching.
Yes.
You described that you had seen trash in that area, the search area. Can you just distinguish where it is that you saw that trash compared to those photos?
Well, the problem with those photos is they're not focused in on one certain area. There's dark, there's shadows, there's foliage. of course you can't see, it's covered with, you know, debris and dirt. And if there's a piece, I mean, yes, if there had been, something that stuck out, something bright, in color, or obviously different than ground, it would be hard to tell if there was trash there or not.
That area has been described as very steep as well, correct?
Yes.
And what influence, if any, might, you know, rainwater runoff, those types of things have on trash remaining in that area?
Soap, foundation,
Well, I think the foundation is not a problem because it's pretty common, knowledge as to what he's trying to ask. So I'll let him ask it. Go ahead.
Does that make sense? Does my question make sense? It may have been a poorly worded question.
That the trash is most likely gonna get washed down the mountain.
I don't have any further questions for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Do we have anything from the jury? Okay, Ms. Goldbright, I'm sorry. If you can estimate, or if you know, what the distance was between where the skull was found and the primary recovery site, and I think the question is if you went on the road,
What's the last,
if you traveled on the road between the two sites?
yeah, if you can,
No. What the distance is if you
Okay.
went by road, is what I'm
Okay.
trying to say.
it's approximately, 5 miles by road.
Okay. And then how far from the nearest road, access was the, skull found?
There is an ATV track, but I'm not equipped to, it's far. It runs along about the same as where we parked.
All right. All right, that may be answered by a different witness also. So, any follow-up from either side?
No.
no follow-up, thank you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch recess. It's 12:15. We'll start up at 1:30. Please remember my admonitions not to discuss the case between yourselves or anyone else or do any research on it. And everybody rise to agree? I'm not really sure, but I'm gonna put that on record too, I think, so. Mr. Tessler, I think you dropped a card. Just briefly on the record here. And, Ms. Goldbright, you're not released from your subpoena, you may be called back.